This is the Seton Hall story, one that comes to life every day on our campus. This is the place where great minds discover, innovate, collaborate, and find their true calling. This is the place where passion has a purpose, where learning inspires leading. The bonds we make, the values we teach, inspire our community to take heart and take action. This is Seton Hall University. This is what great minds can do.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the EGFC. My name is Soy. Joining me is Loki, and we're getting ready for some SSBU action here. It's week 11 at the EGFC, and on behalf of the EGFC, we'd like to say Happy Valentine's Day, everybody.
Because there's no thing like love, like beating up your friends. Got to start off the day of love and friendship with a little bit of combat.
Yeah, and it should be some fun combat because we've got a fun battle for you to kick off our day. One of 3 battles that we'll be covering. This first one between Seton Hall, coming in at 1-9 in their regular season, going up against a shaky Colorado squad. 5-5 is kind of an odd spot for our league finalists to be in.
Yeah, I feel like Colorado might be on one of those little bit of a hangover year. They performed so incredibly well last year, got so far in the tournament, completely impressed everyone. This year, struggling to maintain that level of play a little bit more. I feel like possibly they've just got it figured out a little bit with the scouting and preparation that's in the EGF. You really have to adjust with not just every season, but every week and every match.
Yeah, coming into this week, Colorado 5-5. They have had some regular seasons that have been a little bit shakier of starts. In fact, last year, through the fall split, they went 4-4. They ended up going 10-6, but they brought it back in the playoffs with a fantastic run through the league championship. The players on your screen here, Arc versus Slatty here, Samus and Inkling. Arc, new to the Seton Hall roster and getting the brunt of that dash attack. Not going to be able to take the stock quite yet, but the up air will, surprisingly so. Inkling dying at a very high percent, sure, but that up air, not often seen taking a stop.
No, I think that just Inkling is so incredibly light that if you can get any sort of even, kind of strong hit up near that, up near that skybox at a pretty okay HP, Inkling's not coming back down. Inkling especially wants to take characters up. They want to find that combo game. That hit and run attack is so huge. And this is a bit brutal shield break and a fully charged neutral B from Slatty. And Slatty right now is just throwing in these neutral Bs so much.
Good use of the charge shot for certain. And the interesting part about this kind of matchup is that this is the first time we've seen Slatty play the Samus. Normally when I see Colorado and I see a Samus, I'm thinking of Zerosian, but nope, this is Slatty stepping in, the PT main, and they're making the Samus work right now. They've taken 2 stocks off of Arc. They're down to their last. And so far, Slatty's only eaten 47, make that 60%. Maybe a combo here for Arc. They try to get the roller. Potentially, if that grounds them, they get an early stock, but no shot quite yet at that opportunity. 60% now on Arc. They got to be careful here. They're going to bounce off stage, but they'll be able to recover back. How do they find their way back to center stage? They get the wow. Charge shot traded with the roller. It grounded Samus, and the up smash still not able to take a stock quite yet. Back throw off stage here. We can get a 3 stock to start our day. The up B, not the final hitbox though, so Arc will be able to survive. They get around the charge shot once more. These up Bs, they'll start to kill in about, I'd say about 20 more percent, but they're not going to be needed. Just the forward air will do the trick, and Slatty kicks off our day with a 3 stock.
Very, very impressive 3 stock. Their Samus right now, actually, it reminds me a whole lot of their Wii Fit trainer. The way they like to play it, playing around those big charge shots, playing around especially the edges of the stage, and really playing, for that edge guard as well as that stage control above anything else. You can see that, with what they do. They're closing off options with that charge shot and trying to find either that back throw or, a back aerial to force Arc off stage. And then at that point, they have all of the presence they could ever need. It's the same gameplay path as their Wii Fit trainer. I think it's just, with an even better tool set for that type of play right now.
Certainly the movement of Slatty on point. Here's another look at that final stock here. The jump fade back from Arc is enough to get around the first forward air, but the second one he ends up drifting into, and down goes that final stock. DI might have been a little bit off target, but either way, he's sitting at such a high percent. Samus with a lot of rage can still do a ton of knockback, and Arc kind of working on borrowed time there. So for Arc, dropping 3 stocks, obviously not the best sign, but this is only their second game on stream here at the EGFC. And that being said, moving forward for them, there's certainly some room for growth. We saw that they were able to get some combos in, but it felt very much so a kind of bait and punish style for Arc.
Yeah, I feel like Arc needs to work a little bit more with that rushdown, kind of commit to those options, especially against Samus. If they want to, throw out a charge shot, force you to go in, cover an option, you got to take the other one and just trust, like, my frame data is better. Like, everything I do is going to come out first. So long as I have even just an ounce of a read, I'm good to go. And then you can just continue that rushdown style, get your hit in, run it back out, take the neutral again type deal, and really start racking up that percent up until you can get to those high damage kill confirms.
Gotta make use of the speed that Inkling has, especially that ground speed. That dash is extra fast, and Samus, not necessarily the fastest of characters, so a little bit of a switch up here this time around. We did see this last week from Arc. They went Inkling game 1, they switched to Aegis game 2, a repeat here in their second appearance. What can they do against this Samus? So far, Eat a Charge Shot is the answer. 85%, 85.5% now. And these kind of short burst charge shots into grabs, Slatty's making good use of them. And Slatty so far unscathed on this first stock. And Arc nearly dying to that down B on the ledge, but here's a grab. Maybe Pyre can do something. They get the down air. The jump was taken, and look at that. Slatty getting caught being overly aggressive, and Arc is able to strike first.
I mean, that's that off-stage presence that you really love to see. Aegis, not a character that we're used to see, doing a ton of work off stage, but that's a really, really good guard right there. And when you have that kind of momentum, you have that kind of presence, you're able to turn the tables and kind of find those low percentage kills that, you probably might not be ready for.
That being said, Slatty was able to quickly respond. Jab, dash back, grab here to reset the situation. Arc nearly goes right into the face of that forward smash, but the side B gets a little bit of extra chip damage online. 44 now on Slatty, and the Pyra going to come back out onto the field. The side B's not going to land quite yet from Arc. They'll eat another charge shot, but they'll be able to make it back to stage, just simply able to grab the ledge. But the dash in is going to get caught once again. Too many projectiles, too many charge shots, and Slatty, it is a target range right now. They just continue to chip away at the stocks bit by bit. Charge shot into grab again, and all of a sudden Arc's at 51.
Arc's really got to start playing with the verticality. So on Battlefield, get those short hops in, really start relying on those aerials. Because right now, that dash attack is just so shut down by Slatty. That charge shot is so insanely powerful. It has good travel speed, does an insane smash attack and damage, especially when it's fully charged. And there it is, the read from Slatty. And that is that. 7 points on the board, 1 stock away from the perfect set.
1 stock dropped by Slatty's Samus. The Buffaloes off to the right foot here as they're able to get 7 out of potentially 8 points against Arc. And Slatty, we don't see a ton of Slatty, or at least we didn't last season, but we saw him a lot in seasons 2 and this year for the side of Colorado. He was 4-3 entering today. In season 3, he was 6-4. But you look at some of the wins that he gets, and a lot of them are like this. Big point swings. We're talking when he wins, it is 6 points minimum a lot of the time. It is very rare that Slatty is in a nail-bitingly close game. And that's part of the reason why Colorado has had such success, especially when it comes to the playoffs. When you have this X card, this wild factor, this baseball's designated hitter to come in and potentially change the momentum of the game, when you have that on your side, feels a whole lot better moving forward. And here, they use him early, and even though it's on a character that we haven't seen from him, still looked pretty proficient overall.
I actually really like to see him coming out that early. I think that adds a ton of intensity to the match, regardless of win or lose. You know Colorado's coming out swinging. I mean, that match was quick. And that's not even just because, you know, it was so one-sided. That wasn't just because Slatty was playing that insane. That was just the playstyle they were running was that aggressive and that willing to take the fight and force engagements time and time and time again, that it doesn't even give, you know, their opponent time to think, just react. And when you're controlling the pace of play that intensely already in game, or it's set number one, game number one, no chance to scout, no chance to read, no chance to do anything, you know Colorado is going to come out swinging for this and never take their foot off the pedal.
Yeah, Colorado is certainly a squad that, you know, they put in a lot of work week in and week out. It paid huge dividends last year with their run through the postseason, and it's good to see, you know, these players continue to make waves. Slatty again now up to 5-3 on the season with this W. Again, the Samus kind of added to the palette. It's typically been the Pokemon trainer and Roy from them way back when, but the Pokemon trainer seemingly being the tried and true. But I like what you said about controlling the pace of the game. It's something that Slatty in particular does really well, despite, you know, the kind of changing characters and variety. Something he just finds a way to do week in and week out is control the pace of the game. It never feels like his opponent has any kind of wiggle room in that regard. It is about what Slatty does and how he makes plays, and that has played against him sometimes, but more often than not, you see results like you did this week, where he can just step up and dominate in the opening series. So a full 7 points earned for the side of Colorado. Good start for them, but now they have to declare who they will send in for set number 2, and Seton Hall will get the chance to counterpick.
And it does look like it's going to be Zerosian and Marcotics coming up next. Zerosian, typically the Samus player for Colorado. Do you think they're going to play 2 Samuses in a row, though?
So here's the thing. We saw UTA do something like this way back. We saw them go with, you know, 4 out of 5 Steve players one week, or something along those lines. And maybe, you know, if Colorado is doing something like this, maybe they're doing reverse mains, right? Slatty, typically a Pokemon trainer. Maybe it's Zerosian's time to bust out the Pokemon trainer, even though he's exclusively gone Samus at his time in the EGFC. We'll have to see how he does. Zerosian, so far, Zerosian's interesting. He's a younger player on this Colorado squad. He's 2-5 this year, but last year when we got to talk with Colorado, time and time again, we asked, you know, who are you really, you know, excited to see kind of come up in your scene? They all said Zerosian is like a hidden boss on this team. They put a lot of faith in his Samus to get the job done. And so even though that record of 2-5 might seem very rough, you got to remember he's going up against, you know, the top 2 or 3 players if you were to power rank them for every single team. He's going up against some of the cream of the crop here at the EGFC.
Yeah, I think Zerosian is really kind of looked at by this Colorado squad as almost the future of the Buffaloes, especially with, you know, they continue to give them the hardest matchups of matchups week after week. And it does look like they want to continue with this Samus. So 2 Samuses in a row for Colorado now. And this one not off to nearly as fast of a start. Marcotics putting up a really good fight on this Falcon.
Marcotics' third time on stream, but the Captain Falcon has been the tried and true for them. They did go DK, I believe, once last week, but this Captain Falcon has certainly been the mainstay of game number 1s of their own series, and so far able to keep pace here with Zerosian pretty well. Even in percent, that up B will tilt the momentum just barely in Zerosian's favor, but Captain Falcon, with the speed that Marcotics is using in this series, he's certainly able to break through the kind of wall that Zerosian's Samus has put forward. That being said, stalling out for so long got dangerous there. Run off knee, got the sour spot instead, did not get the strong hitbox, and now we're starting to get into those high red percents here. Zerosian's got to play very careful.
Yeah, Zerosian's just fighting to get back on the stage right now. Small charge shot will help him out, as well as that dash attack so insane on Samus. And Marcotics thrown off stage, but not for long. These aerials, though, are keeping the pressure on. Just barely gets back. Bomb gonna add in a little more damage. Zerosion thinks about the charge shot, thinks better of it, and an aerial trade means we're back to a bit of a neutral. And a huge back air on the landing. Marcotics takes the first stock.
A great play that was from Marcotics. We'll see it in the replay, but the bait he had to dash in and out around the grab and then perfectly punished with that back air was really well done, really well spaced. Grab up throw, not going to do it quite yet. Zerosion still hunting for a way to take this stock, but you're seeing Marcotics right now start to find some openings. They're looking for that combo opener. They will end up dying to the dash attack at the end of the day. Drag down a forward air. I like the idea there from Zerosion, but not enough to really follow up off the back of it. Zerosion doing a really good job of stringing together these aerials. So a very different Samus than what we saw from Slatty, where Slatty was very reliant on that charge shot. Zerosion making good space of occupying the air, which against Captain Falcon, honestly very good considering the way Captain Falcon likes to use his aerials.
Yeah, I'm really liking this change-up in the second stock of Zerosion's play. Going for a lot more of those shield punishes, going a lot more for those punishes in general, and really forcing Marcotics to make a play rather than trying to match the aggressiveness of a Captain Falcon. Sadly, not going to find the last hit of that aerial right there. So Marcotics does have a little bit longer of a lease on life, but at 125, you've got to start wondering how long in this, is this Falcon of this world. This stage presence is so strong to them, but you can't linger on the ledge, and Zerosion sends them out with the high kick.
The up tilt's going to be able to take that stock. Look at this, 3 up airs in a row, only 20%, but still, 3 hits is 3 hits, and Marcotics is certainly not a fan of that play. Also, that up tilt along the ledge doesn't seem to look right, but it's one that Zerosion will gladly take. Either way, 36%, make that 37 as Marcotics dipped a little low. We've seen him cover low a couple times now, and Zerosion, the ability to stall out on this Samus has benefited him greatly in terms of that ability to recover from too low. Speaking of recovering from too low, Marcotics is too low this time around. Won't be able to make it back to the stage or the ledge, and Zerosion will take game number 1.
Game number 1. Talk about adjustments in game number 1, though. That was a completely different second and third stock from what we saw in the first one there. I think Zerosion did an amazing job of calming down a little bit. This one, great play, just enough of a charge shot to open up the opportunity, and then huge capitalization. Zerosion completely changed the game from aggression to opportunity and finding their way through. This one, another insane. Knows exactly the amount of frames, waits for it perfectly, sends it off. Knows Marcotics has been lingering on that ledge, looking for a good opening, conditioned them all the way through, and then right at the end there, just takes it home so perfectly.
Yep, the air dodge ends up betraying Marcotics there. Thinks he can get back to this ledge, but it's just barely too far away. And the end lag of that air dodge leaves Falcon too low to recover. Even though he kind of angled it away there, it's just not enough. Even if he does angle it towards the stage, still kind of a 50-50 as to whether or not he'll be able to make it back there. So, unfortunate situation there for Marcotics. But at the end of the day, that's only game number 1. He still has a chance here in game number 2. And it'll be interesting to see how he can adapt in this series, because we've seen Zerosion's adaptations. They completely changed up their style from stock number 1 to stock number 2, and it felt like Marcotics might have been able to adapt if that air dodge had gotten him back to the stage.
Yeah, I mean, we talk time and time again about how adaptation and learning is what sets EGF players apart from one another. Not just how you can learn through a game, but a whole set throughout an entire season. And the great players, the best players in EGF are, some of the ones with the biggest brains. Especially in this collegiate scene, being able to learn and adjust is more highly valued than anything else. Marcotics here, with their chance of stage pick and their own little time to kind of, think about their play and reflect on what they do, already seems to be coming out with a lot better showing. 66 on the board to 0, make that 88 as they've got stage control and are looking for more. Not going to be able to find it, though, as a nice recovery from Zerosion, gets their feet planted back on the ground.
early air dodge used there by Narcotics to not allow the situation to be completely reversed there, otherwise it would have been very dangerous. Zerosion able to make it back to stage, but the early pressure from Narcotics is good. The problem, though, is they can't find a way to take this stock. And you can tell with moves like that up B, he's starting to fish a little bit. He really wants this stomp, but he's not able to get it. There he fades out for the back air, but Zerosion's fade is just better. Dash attack won't be able to do the trick quite yet. Stomp won't be able to kill. Goes for the up B, it's too far away. Zerosion's Nair now gets Falcon off stage. Went for the Nair there trying to read an air dodge. Down B, the catch-all on the ground. Zerosion recovering low once more. The bomb interrupts, but they'll both be able to grab the ledge. Up smash, not going to be able to do the trick quite yet. Zerosion surviving up to 197 by the time he drops that first stock. Narcotics only at 70, make that 90 now. But Zerosion looking to try and adapt quickly here. And the forward tilt or up tilt will just do the trick. It's just that easy, I guess, to tie things up.
Yeah, I really like how Narcotics plays this advantage. They fish so well, looking for all these different attacks, knowing, hey, if I get, if I lose a couple different neutrals, it's okay. I just need to get the damage, I need to get the kill, I need to move on to the next one. And an amazing job there, gets them that first stock with advantage. Now though, once again, we're seeing a little bit of the curse of the second stock, where Zerosion has changed the style once more. Now they're playing, a lot more passively, trying to just keep whatever space they have. Really fight for any amount of stage control as opposed to just playing for opportunities. And that's forcing Narcotics to have to cross a lot more space, play a lot more aggressive. And when Zerosion's got these, huge projectiles and huge space covering aerials, that gets so hard for a Captain Falcon.
Gosh, Narcotics really wants this down air. He wants this edge guard so badly, and he's gonna find it. The back air there, just barely, even though it clanked with the bomb, he's still able to fight through and get that stock off the board. So another lead here for Seton Hall, but can he make it back to stage here, keep things even? That air dodge might have betrayed him again. No, he'll be able to get around it for the moment. He'll be able to air dodge to the platform as well, but one strong hit from Zerosion should do it. A dash attack, a grab, and maybe an up throw per se will do the trick, tying things up at one apiece here. And this is where things look a little bit shakier for Zerosion because Narcotics has been able to take the first stock in each of these games, so by that trend, Narcotics has the momentum here. You can see it early in these percents, 36-19.
Yeah, with Zerosion really fishing for these grabs too. Narcotics using the fact that Captain Falcon is so fast to get around them, and Zerosion on the edge of their stock right now. Grab, finally connects, looks for the aerial, not gonna find it. Narcotics didn't send the jump out for him. Great shield usage by Narcotics, also added a little bit more pressure. Dash attack, finally connects. Zerosion aerial not connecting once again. Small charge shot will get a little bit more, and as we get back on stage, Narcotics is doing such a good job of keeping whatever space and advantage they can find, but the percentages are even right back up now. And no way! The get up into the smash attack! Zerosion finds the read when they need it most, and lives on to tell the tale. Set Colorado.
Nail-bitingly close this time around. Zerosion and Narcotics down to the wire. But Samus does what Samus does best. Ledge trap. Those bombs covering so many options from the ledge. Zerosion able to take full advantage of it. Up tilt, catching there to take that stock off the board. Narcotics survives for so long here. Eventually they get grabbed and die to this up throw. Check out this percentage, 179 by the time they get this. Ooh, spot dodge on what he thought would be a charge shot, but it ends up being a grab instead. 195 when he hits the blast zone. And then this very last stock, the setup just forward tilts him off stage, and you only have so many options from the ledge. What does Zerosion do the minute he sees him recover low? Bomb, rollback, forward smash. Called out, caught, and that's set number 2 in the books.
And talk about an insane nail biter there. In a do or die game on the last stock, Narcotics took it all the way, but in the end, the read, that download, that adjustment is what wins the day. Having that brain and being able to bait out different moves from your opponent really shows, just insane play. And we saw some great play of Zerosion of, baiting out different things by the end there. Using the charge shot to find the grab for that second stock. forcing out that low recovery based on the positioning and then dropping the bomb on that last stock. I think Zerosion just won this game through mental more than anything else.
Yeah, I agree. I think at the end of the day here, I mean, this has been one of the stories of Seton Hall's season so far, is that a lot of the players, while they do have a losing record, a lot of these losses are a lot closer than you'd think. And it's because of things like this, right? Marcotics is able to keep it relatively close, but one good read from Zerosion ends the game at 80%, or one missed air dodge. Even in this game, it felt like Marcotics was getting really greedy. I mean, how many times do we see him go for that down air off stage when Zerosion is clearly fading back, stalling out, knowing that play is going to come through? Eventually, Marcotics is able to capitalize off of it, but it happened for, I want to say, 10 minutes of gameplay, it felt like. It felt like that happened through all of game number 1, and then most of game number 2. Finally, kind of in the midway point, did he change up that style. Zerosion's ability to change up the styles and approach in different ways certainly came through. Now, that's not to say that Marcotics played badly, but it's a window that allowed Zerosion back into the game. And Zerosion, when you give him windows, he will smash through them and get himself back into that W column, which he does here. So that's win number 3 on the season for him. And now Colorado with a pretty significant lead, 12-0 as we enter set number 3.
Yeah, I almost gotta wonder if, Seton Hall's main problem isn't necessarily, the skill of their players, but the set order that they're going out and who they're choosing to play who, the skill matchups that they're going for. Because, I mean, anytime you go into a match, these are my best 1 through 7, these are my character matchups, these are my everything. I gotta imagine, though, at some point you have to choose which matchups you really want to take it to and which matchups you're willing to sacrifice and kind of look for a better opportunity somewhere else. Because Seton Hall obviously has the skill. Every game we've seen from them, every single set we've seen from this season has that skill. And so the issue's got to be somewhere outside of just the players. And I feel like it's almost, the set matchup and the set order they're really, trying to play with here.
Seton Hall has an interesting character lineup as well. I mean, you look at their lineup from last fall, they've got 2 kind of heavyweights as some of their key members. Owzer the Bowser going 1-6 in the fall split, and then Stinky the captain, who went 4-3, also playing the Bowser. So an interesting character lineup when you've got 2 of the same type of heavy. You can get that kind of character variation, but heavies are a double-edged sword in their own right. You brought up an interesting point, though, of the character matchups and lineups of where players are going in, because I thought that was a huge point of emphasis for Colorado at the end of last year. I mean, when you look at that league championship run that they went on to get to grand finals, they took down a team that they had never beaten before in Mississippi State. And I thought to myself, going back and looking at some of the VODs from that replay, that some of the character matchups that Mississippi State opted to play into were very, very odd. Obviously it's a team that they'd beaten before and they felt very comfortable against. But they put in who was it, Mr. Man on the ZSS against Endor's Ike. I get why it could be a good matchup, but Ike is just going to hit ZSS for a whole lot more damage. At the end of the day, they hold their captain, the 5th guy, as the Mario at the end of the lineup. They're your number 1 player, the MVP from last season, and he doesn't get to see the field until it's too late. So that kind of player order going into a series does really make a difference. Even though you get the chance to counterpick, you have to sometimes play that mental war of, do I want to use my captain early, or do I save him late and think that he can bring it all back? That being said, we're underway in set number 3. Sleepy Curve going up against Owzer, and Sleepy, I believe this is the first time we're seeing them on stream.
Yeah, I don't know that we've ever seen this player before, and already they're bringing out the Mario, which one of my favorite characters to see. Struggling a little bit against this high-powered Owzer, but looks like they're finding their footing now. Great shield usage into that up smash as well, and there's a little combo that we love to see on Mario. Hit it again. Okay, do we get to see the fair? Nope, up B to add on that little bit of extra damage. I really want to see that Meteor Smash fair off stage, though.
Always something to look forward to when you see a Mario on screen. But that being said, even though this is the classic Mushroom Kingdom battle, between Mario and Bowser. It is not so easily won by either side. You can see where Sleepy Curb, excuse me, can win the early game with the combo ability, but Bowser has rocked this character for a while for a reason. Their survivability on these heavies gives them a second chance at life and being able to potentially take this first stock, but instead it will be the up smash of Sleepy Curb to do so. Quickly answer back. I believe that was up tilt from Bowser, answering back on that stock. We reset it 2 apiece.
Yeah. Sleepy Curb, I think, is doing a great job kind of utilizing the fact that, Mario's a little bit heavier. They got some speed, very all-around character pick, in my opinion, and they're utilizing that well to try to shore up where they know Bowser is strong and really attack those weaknesses, playing that super adaptable Mario style. Their shield usage, especially coming into some business, but oh no! The fast fall and doesn't grab the ledge. Brutal mistake now as Bowser is 1 stock ahead.
Unfortunate error there from Sleepy Curb, but he's gonna land all these up airs. Up B, off the top they go. Wasn't sure if it would be enough percentage or enough knockback, but Bowser could not get out of that combo. And now you're seeing the danger of a matchup like this. Those up airs not only rack up the percentage, but if they're able to take stocks that early, Bowser could be in for a world of hurt in game number 2. But that being said, it's still dead even here in game number 1. Even these percents, just about 1 hit away. Now they are only 3% apart. Down B has to let go of the shield there, otherwise that was a shield break for sure. And he's gonna catch the landing with a forward smash. Bowser the drop kick to take game number 1 and get Seton Hall's first points.
And just like that, King Koopa maintains his reign. I think Bowser did an amazing job there of understanding, what neutrals they have to win and what neutrals they're willing to give. And, going with the play of, I only have to win maybe 30-40% of these and I will send it. That one SD, the brutal turning point, I think that's what really took this match from very, very even to slightly advantaged Sleepy Curb into just straight no fun time for Mario, as that stock came from basically nowhere.
I mean, we were talking about it in the previous set, right? Felt very even between Mark and Zerosian, and at the end of the day, one good read ended the game before it felt like it could even get to a climactic point. Now, here in this second game, Sleepy Curb in control of the early game, but this is where things get interesting. Bowser's at 120 here. He's starting to fall out of potential combo range, and now he can start to work that percent back onto Sleepy Curb. 71%, and he's just gonna die to a back air. Bowser, the short hop, was too good, catching Sleepy Curb once more, and Bowser's got the lead, only for a moment though, as once again, up smash at a shield does the trick and ties things up.
I almost want to see more shield out of Sleepy Curb right now. Their shield punishes are brutal. Oh, the cape! The cape! Off stage, Bowser is going nowhere. It is so hard to recover as Bowser with how long and predictable that up B recovery can be, and the cape just sends it right back the other way.
A 0 to death as well on that stock. Both at 0% once he drops down from Halo, and Sleepy Curb able to land the cape and quickly take that stock away. Hadn't really seen the cape used as well, so Sleepy Curb doing a fantastic job. Was looking for it again, but not gonna be able to land it a second time. Down air is gonna land here, and Bowser looking for a way to get this back within arm's reach. He's at 109%, which still makes it difficult. And he'll get up attacked away. Forward air, not going to take the stock quite yet. Sleepy Curb should be able to make it back. No, maybe not. Fights through the fire, though. Eats a lot of percent for it. Just holding shield at that ledge. Bowser's looking for something. Bowser does have a lot of quick kill options, but so does Sleepy Curb here. Getting around the down air. Soft hitbox. Doesn't land the grab. The roll behind gets caught by Sleepy Curb's back air. Maybe a ledge trump here. That's exactly what he does. And he gets the back air to take game 2. We're headed to our first game 3 of the night.
Off of, again, amazing adjustments and amazing play. Sleepy Curb there investing a lot more into those edge guarding, investing a lot more on not trying to fight the neutrals, instead trying to go for a little bit more of those punishes. And here, understanding if I get them off stage at all, I can run this town. You know, this is my stage, my city, so long as I just don't let them set their feet back on solid ground. And then once again, the amazing shield usage, that punish coming out so strong.
To make a comparison like this for all the kind of lightweight characters like Pikachu and company, it is about, you know, we all know that those characters have a combo game, especially on heavy characters. But it's about finding ways to take the stock after the combo is done. And Sleepy Curb able to do just that so far this series. Despite dropping game number 1, they're able to bring it back here in game number 2 with a 2 stock as well. So another 2 points on the board for Colorado. But the winner of this game is going to take set number 3, and it's one Seton Hall desperately needs if they're going to have any chance at a W this week. Maybe a different stage selection here coming through. I believe we ended up going to the wrong stage, so we'll get that fixed momentarily. But as we get ready for game number 3, I think that one of the biggest things for Owser were those callouts, you know, the forward smash that took game number 1. And he's able to keep the percents relatively even despite dropping the early, or despite falling to early combos, I should say. So as we move forward here, it feels like he's got a very similar problem, but a very different way to try and go about it.
Yeah, I think he really needs to push the aggression, honestly, and maybe try to, just push that aggression. Fight for all the stage control in the world. If you just have all the stage control, you don't give any ground for your opponent to really set up a punish game. You know, especially if you start going for those lighter options first. There's, you know, faster options, there's safer options before you rack up percentage and start fishing for a little bit more. I think that really starts to go Owser's way. Small battlefield, I think, honestly, really, really good choice for exactly that. Take away a lot of the stage for Sleepy Curb to try to run away and, you know, find these run backs, find, you know, these safe options with the shields. Just keep that shield pressure on, especially because that's been Sleepy Curb's, you know, first option anytime in danger, is to just press that shoulder button.
Hold that shield and then up smash afterwards. Not too many other punishes in terms of that, a shield that Sleepy Curb has kind of thrown out for a game like this. That being said, Owser, now time and time again, using down air as a approach from center stage. Up B won't do the trick quite yet, but still, the percentage starting to slip away here. But this is how the trend of the first couple games have gone. It's Sleepy Curb getting the early lead in the percentage, Owser battling back and keeping things relatively even. What a catch on down smash, and what was that angle too? Kind of the foot pointed inwards, able to send him out. But now back throw won't be able to take stock quite yet. Low recovery here, gets around that dash attack as well. Down B here is going to get caught, and now Owser will die off the top. We haven't seen Sleepy Curb use that down air all that frequently, but there it's able to take the first stock.
Yep. Sleepy Curb is changing that pace up. You know, last game played the punish, now, that's not super fun. Last game, they really focused on that punish. This game, they're more focusing on, you know, boxing it right in, taking the pace to them. And we talked about controlling the pace earlier and how important that can be. Now, though, I want to talk about how, you know, important changing the pace can be. When you're the one controlling it, when you're setting it, if you change the pace up on your opponent, it takes their brain a while to fully adjust back to what we're playing. And so you can really take that and run with it for a little while. You know, if you have that good advantage state, you have that good ability to carry it, you can turn, you know, that little mix-up into a whole stock, as we saw from that first one right there.
An unfortunate SD is going to put Owser in a bit of a bind, though. 31.9% here, and they are still in the low end of this combo scale, which means Sleepy Curb can potentially get something like this. Look at all these up airs being strung together. He gets out of the last one just barely there. Sleepy Curb unable to track him down and complete the ladder combo. Owser now 88 to 89% here. Weak hit a forward air, nearly falls into another down smash. We're seeing Sleepy Curb use that a bit more frequently than the up smash that we're used to seeing, but he's going to catch Owser's jump. Owser, up B, gets around that forward smash. Sleepy Curb just barely misspacing it. Second chance at life, and he's going to take it too. Gets one with the down air from center stage. So now one apiece between these two, but one of them sitting at 153. The other is at 0. That down air should start to kill relatively soon now. Azur's going to be able to land, but how long does he have? Back aired off stage once more. Low recovery, doesn't get caught by the down tilt. Another down B, and this is a shield break. This could be a huge punish here. He's just going to take the damage of the forward smash, but it's a solid 40% being landed onto Azur. The neutral B also going to eat up some percent, but he risked it all off the down B. A down tilt, not the punish he was looking for here. A second chance once more. How many chances does this Bowser have? Nearly 200, but it's another ledge trump by Sleepy Curb to seal this set away, and Colorado get another W under their belt.
Sending it even more. Colorado doing an amazing job, especially in these do or die matches. In the important match 3, set 3, where everything can turn. They continue this momentum and continue to keep points off of Seton Hall's side. This is the Colorado that we're more used to seeing, exploiting these matchups, playing these huge aggressive games, keeping that pace up and fast, and showing us exactly what they can do. Azur doing a great job of surviving, doing a great job of taking what they can. That aerial, so brutal. And now Colorado so far ahead, it starts getting risky. Can Seton Hall even get back at this point?
One stock victory here, plus another 2 for winning the set, makes our scoreline at the end of 3 17-1. So for Seton Hall to win this, they'd need 2 perfect sets, not giving up any points in the process as well. And that's just to bring it back to a tie, where we would have to go through an overtime match. So not unheard of, but it is very, very difficult to do. Something Seton Hall is yet to pull off, but I feel like that forward air off stage is kind of indicative of what we've seen from, unfortunately, what we've seen from Seton Hall this season. Very good ideas, able to keep it close, but one mistake, and all of a sudden, the tide of the match turns, and it becomes just barely out of reach. Because you have to wonder, in how close that battle really, truly became. If that stock is still alive somehow, he gets another 60-ish% back. Maybe that's a little bit closer. Maybe Azur's able to sneak that one away. We'll never know. Sleepy Curb, though, getting the job done when he needed to. Maybe left that Bowser alive for a little longer than he'd like to have, but still, the ledge trumps were solid, well executed, and he was able to get the job done at the end of the day. And that's his first win here at EGFC, so congratulations to Sleepy Curb as well. We're going to get ready for set number 4 momentarily. I believe those players are locked in, Loki, or are we still waiting?
Are indeed. And speaking of times of change, the tides of captains. They've brought their ships in, they've dropped anchor, and they are ready to go to war. Captains of these teams, Endure and Stinky 3. Endure, famous for their Ike in the EGF. Stinky 3 been playing Bowser of late. So 2 heavy hitters, heavy characters, ready to come and swing for the fences in this one.
Similar yet different matchup for this 4th set from the one that we just watched with the Mario. Endure, formerly AIV. This Ike, prolific here in the EGFC. Fantastic season. Last year, or at least, through Season 3, he was 11-3. Season before that, 13-1. This year, a little bit shakier, 4-5, but Ike is, to a degree, a double-edged sword. And then we'll have to see how that double-edged sword works against the double-edged swords that are the heavyweights. Stinky's Bowser, 4-3 so far this season, and always a threat to heavy characters going back and forth in this one for set number 4. And you can tell both of them wanting to swing early. Stinky untouched so far, and he was already throwing out up smashes, looking to catch Endure's recovery. He might have something cooking here on this first stock. He's already taken Endure to 97%, but Endure has an opening here. Gets the jabs, follow up, nair. Ooh, what a back air there. Up B. Is this a spike? He's going down with the ship, and that's an even stock for stock spike.
Yeah, and that's totally Endure's side. Endure in kill range there. Stinky definitely wasn't. So taking what you can get and running with it is a great choice I think, I think Endor is honestly doing really, really well this season. I think that, match record and that set record is a little bit stilted by how much more respect they have this season than last season. Pretty much every time we see Endor going forward, the other captain of the other team is also going forward. Very, very, very rarely do they have a matchup that's not against the best player of the other team this season.
The lineups matter, and Endor has been playing some of the best here when going up against some of these other teams in the EGFC. Endor able to take that stock as well. Can he hold on to this one here? By the way, by using that up B spike, he has technically won this game for Colorado. There's no sequence of points that Seton Hall can get to now to bring this back to even. But we still play out the sets for that point differential and whatnot, as Stinky with a solid nair to back air there to get this back to a one stock apiece game. But look at the spacing of Endor. These up airs so well done, but now the down air going to come through and forward smash, knocking Endor off stage once more. And despite Endor being at 70% here, this is kill range with a Bowser at 110, all that rage. Nair looked for an air dodge panic there, but the up smash won't come through. Grab now by Ike once more. Endor looking for something. Fade low from Stinky off stage. He'll be able to roll back and get the up tilt. Endor threatening the side B once more. Going for a potential ledge trump, but still not enough. But the nair to back air, tried and true. Stinky's going to take game one of this series.
Yeah, Bowser, one of the few characters that has really strong combos and confirms like that while being so heavy. And we can see there exactly why Bowser is one of the few heavy characters that still maintains a pretty good spot on the tier list and a pretty good usage rate exactly for moments like this, where they can just swing back on the stage, hit that nair, drag it down, and then instantly back up with the back air into a good kill. And Bowser brings so much power to the table. It doesn't matter how low percent you are. Doesn't, so long as your percentage is flashing orange or red, you're in kill range.
Feels like that's the answer for both of these characters. Is now we get ready for game number 2 here. Can Stinky win Seton Hall's first set this week? We'll have to find out. Endor and try his best to extend this series to game number 3. But those nairs to back airs, Stinky's got him on lock right now. And he's got a second point on the board for the side of the Pirates. Smashville, the site of game number 2. First Smashville of the day. And I gotta feel like it's a similar thought process to what we saw between Owzer and Sleepy Curb in terms of smaller stage, force more interactions, and see if we can get those kills a little bit quicker.
Well, at the moment, when forcing interactions, Endor is making great use of this disjoint and really forcing it out range. Ooh, Stinky 3 there. Great chain on those get-ups, and that evens us right back out at percentage. That just goes to show how quickly these heavy characters can change the outlook of a match. Stinky 3 now all the way at the top. Endor can't quite follow up at 100% almost. Another fair, grab some more damage, and that landing has such a wide range. It feels so hard to really punish or do anything about.
85% here on Endor. They're going to find a dash attack. That should be enough. I think Stinky was fading away, and he's going to get caught out once more. So all of a sudden, Endor potentially working on a 3-stock here, but Stinky's got something to say about it. Yep, goes off stage, risks it all with that forward air. He's able to trade it to get that first stock off of Endor. 2 stocks apiece here. I don't know why I thought Stinky was short one more stock. I guess I blended in with the stage there. Either way, Stinky now in the lead, trying to prove me wrong. Another up B. Thought that one, thought he might have gone for another potential offstage spike in that situation, but instead they'll both be able to make it back to safety. 85% now on Endor, and he's still searching for a way back in here. There's the nair getting parried once more, but Endor still in the chase down, gets back-to-back up airs, and that dash attack, its lingering hitbox could be a threat if Stinky continues to try and just fade away to safety.
I think Endor is really utilizing the benefits of playing a sortie on a stage like this and just being able to play that little bit of extra range. It's a bit too greedy and aggressive though, trying to confirm the kill. I'm gonna pay with their own stock. Now Endor, last chance to make something happen. Last stock they have forward if they don't run the rest of the table here. Needs to find a kill as this percentage just gets higher and higher for Stinky 3. You had that kill range for Bowser just gets lower and lower. Finally, there it is. And so Endor evens it right back out, and we are 0-0, 1 stock to 1 stock.
When Endor having the advantage at these early low percents so far, but maybe Stinky's got something here. He'll be able to shield it all for now. The up tilt comes through. Heavy read there on the forward smash. It won't come to anything quite yet. Stinky now, 33%. Doesn't catch the recovery there. Endor starting to use these side Bs a little bit higher to get to that platform instead of the ledge. So a bit of a mix-up on his recovery now. One that Stinky will have to be aware of if he wants to try and bring this game back. But so far, the sword is putting in so much work. The spacing is just too clean. But the up B's going to fight through. He's going to catch Endor once more. Endor without a jump, he'll have to side B back to stage. Now the situation's reversed once more. Stinky using these nairs, trying to see if he can connect them into another back air here, but Endor not falling for it. Now forward tilt once more, low recovery, neutral B gets underneath though, and it's gonna send him off the top. We're going to game 3.
I submit to no one.
Another one in this match. This just goes to show exactly how, close Seton Hall is playing these games, how amazing they're running through everything, and how little Colorado wants to ever give up. Amazing play all across the board right now. I think Endor, especially takes this stage with less space, less options, more neutral interactions to really try to flex those neutral interactions and flex the advantage that they have and just win, that 5% more that turns it from a Bowser advantage to a Endor advantage.
Close Stinky comes to being able to survive this. Forward tilt off stage. He has to recover low here to have any chance of surviving this up B. But look at this. I think another frame there. It looks like he starts to grab the ledge here. Does he start to grab the ledge? Yep, he comes out of the shell. That's the animation, I think, of him starting to reach up. But the neutral B of Endor is able to catch him before he can do that, and it sends him off the top and pushes us to game number 3 in the captain's battle. Who will come out with a victory this week? Let's find out. They run it back to Smashville once more, and I like the play for Endor, but again, for Stinky, not so sure here. They dropped that first game. It was very close, but still, feels like this stage certainly plays to Endor's strengths the way he was swinging that sword in game number 2.
Yeah, Endor's going for a lot of those really, really fast options right now. They want to make sure that anytime the neutral interaction happens, their move comes out first. Doesn't matter if it's hard or not, just matters that it comes out first. Hits the, gets that hitbox. Off stage though is not somewhere you want to see Ike for very long. Endor getting really, really aggressive there in these high percents, and they've paid for that aggression before.
Yeah, going for that down air off stage, very odd. Don't see too many Ikes go for it in that situation in particular. Now, we'll see what you can do here. Still first stocks here in game number 3. But one strong hit from either side should do it. And there's that dash attack coming through once more. Endor able to catch Stinky. Up tilt, not going to be able to land. And now he gets underneath once more. That up tilt comes out too quickly and will be able to take down Endor's first stock. So 2 apiece here, but very even. Just feels like Endor is able to take these stocks just a second faster.
Yeah, I don't think that stock loss really, is too bad on Endor's side, especially with how high their percentage was getting. I think the fact that they were able to get a kill at all before Stinky 3 took that percentage and, ran with it is huge. Now, though, 100% to 0, and Stinky 3 is really struggling to get back on this stage. Reed can't come out again, that running grab, can't find it. But that great ether continues to put damage into Stinky 3's, knocked to the other side of the stage. Jump recovery, won't get back on. Their feet just touch the ground for a moment. Shield finally gets them their way, and a grab will get the first damage of this life onto Endor.
Up smash is going to get punished by get up attack. 58% here on Endor. And he's looking for another combo of sorts here, maybe a nair. Looked for the dash attack there, but got beat out by the down air of Stinky 3. And Stinky surviving at these high percents, always a good sign for the heavies. And he's going to find a back air. That nearly took the stock. All this rage on Bowser is going to do wonders for him, but it's not going to be for all that long. The dash attack comes through once again from Endure. That dash attack, even though it's slow, it is menacing to some of these heavies, and it is catching Stinky time and time again. And now, we're in these low comboable percents. This game could quickly spiral out for Stinky if he does not find a way to take this stock quickly.
That dash attack reaches surprisingly far, it comes out surprisingly quick, and everyone knows exactly how hard it hits. Stinky 3 now at 66, make that 74%. Extra credit continues to climb. Up air almost finds the kill. That second one would have done it. Endure just didn't have the, quite perfect timing. Stinky 3 looking for a little bit. That great ether out of shield continues to be one of Endure's best options. The landing, not quite gonna have that hitbox. Wants to take it off stage. Endure can't finish it off. That forward air almost kills for Stinky 3. They're right there. Get up attack back onto stage. Finds the damage, and the dash attack once again finds Stinky 3, and the battle of the captains goes to Endure. The Pirates can't find their way.
Every coin flip is going the Buffalo's way, it feels like. Endure coming up clutch here in game number 3. And this was the worry for the side of Stinky, right? He drops that second stock, and Endure still at about 100 by the time Stinky drops to his last stock. If he didn't find a way to take it quickly, those low percent combos can make life miserable for Bowser. And Stinky running out of time. But the dash attack, really the clutch move here, taking, I believe, all 3 stocks, or at least very close to, for the side of Endure. Look at the movement there, using that side B, and then the second he lands, instant turnaround dash attack to take that stock off of the board. But, everyone knows about that move. It's a little bit slower, but it hits like a truck. But the distance, I think, that you talked about, that it covers, always a threat, and Stinky getting called out by it more times than not in this series.
Yeah, I really like your point about, these games feeling like a coin flip every time. They're always turning on the smallest things, and it might be a coin flip. Colorado's playing with a weighted coin right now. Every time it lands, it is coming up Buffaloes, and I think that's just due to how smart they're playing all these matches, how well they're playing to the stage, how well they're playing to the matchup. And even if that first match isn't necessarily going their way, or that first stock, or whatever it may be, they're able to learn so quickly. Colorado, famously a team that does not have that support staff that most other teams do, that doesn't have a coach, helping all these players learn and improve. And so as a result, they have to do it themselves, which means that when these match times comes, they don't need to consult a coach of, hey, how do I adjust to this? How do I adjust to that? They have to know, or else they wouldn't even have grown or gotten to this place that they're at right now.
It's also interesting to note that without that kind of coaching staff to be, brother eye of sorts and give you kind of an outsider perspective, it means it's been the players, not just from the, not just for the season, but since day one. And it goes to show the growth of this team, because the amount of work that they've put in to build up this program, to have this many players kind of, go through this roster. They've gone through a little bit of some cycles. I believe 1 or 2 players at least that we've seen from way back when have graduated. And we've also seen some underclassmen join this roster and play at a very high level. We saw Zerosian last year on the come up. We saw Krusty Timms make some plays last year, and in particular had a standout season, was MVP material for the side of the Colorado Buffaloes. But here, sometimes the old guard is best. Endure able to get the job done here in a very close set. And I like what you said, sometimes it's a smart play that makes the difference. Endure dropping that first game just kind of shakes it off and says, okay, we'll go to a better stage for me. And it turns around completely from there, back-to-back 2 stocks, and now your scoreline headed into set number 5 of this match, 22-2 in favor of Colorado.
Yeah, I really like your point about how, they're able to drop that set and just get right back into it. I believe Endor is a senior this year. They've got that experience, they've got that longevity. And that's one of those huge things that comes from having played for so long, is knowing how to lose. You know, knowing how to drop a map, knowing how to drop maybe even a set and get right back to it and adjust for next time. You know, take that as a learning experience and see what you can do. You know, you learn a page from when you win, but you learn a book from when you lose. And Endor made great use of it there to find a stage that worked for them and absolutely just play to their strengths without letting Stinky 3 build any kind of momentum there.
Those players going to be locked in for set number 5. Interestingly enough, players that we haven't seen, so a shift from kind of the old guard to the new guard. Pilot going up against Mr. L for the side of Seton Hall. Mr. L, a Luigi player that, not sure if they're the same tag as Luis Luigi from 2 weeks ago or so, but either way, we saw Mr. L last week on the Luigi. Unfortunately lost their set. On the flip side of that, Pilot has kind of been the new toy here for the side of Colorado. This Fox player, one of the first Foxes in the EGFC, not the first Fox, but one of the very few that we have here. We've also seen him go Roy recently, a lot more recently in terms of the spring split here at EGFC. 3 and 4 so far, and a lot of good victories under their belt. So another test here in set number 5 against Mr. L.
Yeah. I think Colorado is especially good at rotating in these new players, you know, making sure they get their match experience, making sure they get their practice in before they become, you know, leading roster members or are expected to really carry the burden. Anytime Colorado's got it locked away, one of the very first things they do is start bringing in newer players to get them that experience in matches in the EGF format. And Pilot has really been, you know, kind of one of these standout new players in these match 5s where Colorado's like, hey, go learn, you know, show us something new.
And you got to remember, there's 16 weeks of the regular season. You only get 5 matches or 5 sets to play each week. The fact that Pilot has 7 starts, this will be start number 8. That's seeing a lot of time in a very veteran lineup. So they must really love his play so far. And so far off of this early lead, you got to love what you're seeing from this Fox. He's able to find the up smash on Mr. L and take the first stock.
His first stock, Pilot in a quick lead at 55%. Does not look like it's going to be changing much anytime soon. This Fox, so quick and willing to lean on that movement, but oh, ho, ho, they hit him with it.
Yep, and that's what you get for touching Luigi's shield, I guess. Dash attack gonna get called out by the up B, and a very high percent there on Pilot ends up taking that stock as well. So, Mr. L's found their way back into the game, but what can they do with it? 18% here on Pilot to the 100 now that Mr. L is at. They're going to land a dash attack, though. Pilot off stage, maybe a chance here. Run off forward air won't do the trick, and they're nearly going to get called out again by that up smash. Pilot looking to get that kill off the top if they can. The backers won't work. There's another up B out of shield, but still won't find the target. Dash attack to reset the situation once more. Mr. L forced to recover low time and time again. Another up smash. Not going to be able to land this time around. Wants this down air into up smash very badly, but Mr. L, these air dodges just barely getting him out of harm's way. Unfortunately, though, that's a reverse of what we saw from the previous stock. You can't dash attack shields in a matchup like this.
No, you cannot. Right now, Pilot is doing a really good job of keeping this pressure on. Mr. L looking to kind of form a playstyle, you know, on anything other than those shield punishes that Luigi brings to the table. Pilot doing such a good job of, you know, flexing that speed, flexing that punish, flexing their ability to get in, get out, do their damage, run the next neutral engagement, and know that they're gonna win it. Mr. L, good use of the shield, but I think maybe a little bit too dependent on it, as you see right there. Too willing to go to that up B out of shield. And right as I say it, they prove me wrong and grab a stock off of it.
I thought at first there he was going to do it the wrong way, and that could have been the game, but now last stock apiece. And Fox at 0 against the Luigi. I know Luigi's got all this rage, but Luigi is known for that 0 to death. We've seen Katsuji do this to Colorado, or do this for Colorado numerous times. Can Mr. L pull his best Katsuji impression here? Pilot playing patient, waiting for a mistake, but a grab comes through. Down air, second down air won't be able to land. Pilot's gonna get the shield out just in time. A trade though comes through. Mr. L's forward air is not strong enough to survive that up smash, and Fox Pilot will take game number 1.
Gonna fly his way right into game number 1. One of my favorite things about Fox across any, character in Smash is just that run up smash. It's so good. It's so amazing. It's so hype seeing it every time. And Pilot, no fear about throwing it out. We got still 2 kills off of that up smash. One of them a true absolute just run up and throw it. The other one, shaping themselves. I think actually they might have gotten all 3 off of, just throwing out the up smash. Good lord.
If that last stock was indeed an up smash, let's see it in slow motion here. He throws out this forward air. It's a jump and yep, that looks like the startup of up smash coming out from Pilot in this sequence. So all 3 stocks taken via up smash, but I mean, that's the Fox classic, right? Everyone knows about that up smash. That up smash is very strong, very good, very fast, and well, it's why run up smash is, so hype in the first place, because it is so quick. It seemingly comes out of nowhere. The combo ability into it, things like soft hit and air or dash attack into it, it's just such an easy follow-up for Fox to do. That speed that this character brings to the table, always a threat. That being said, it's a weird kind of game being played between these two. I'm looking for a better descriptor of just the fact that they are both looking for out of shield punishes to kill, right?
Yeah.
It is the up B out of shield for Mr. L versus the up smash out of shield for Pilot. And while both are good options, it's like both are kind of willing to say, all right, forget the combo game that I could potentially get off this. I want the damage. I want the stock. I want everything that I can out of this one small misstep. And it makes for a very intriguing set moving forward, as game number 2 going to be played on small battlefields.
Yeah, but both of these characters are really heavy combo characters. We expect them to get to a mile in inches, but both also just wanting to grab the whole mile in one bite. Mr. L especially really relying on the whole mile in one bite when we expect to see Luigi throwing out a ton of combos. The combo game is so good that a lot of times we'll see matchup against Luigi take chip damage all the way out of their combo range just to be safe from the combos and being able to, I can play safe, I can play out how I want to. Instead, Mr. L really relying on those gigantic bites and trying to capitalize on them.
I mentioned how Colorado has a member of their squad by the tag of Katsuji. He is a chic Luigi player. Mostly the Luigi is what we've seen. So Pilot should have some experience in this matchup. That being said, wow, what a tech by Pilot in that situation. But also, Mr. L, a very different Luigi than Katsuji in the first place, where Katsuji is very focused on getting that 0 to death, and then even if it doesn't work, struggling to find the kill afterwards. Mr. L is all about, despite he'll take the early damage. If he can get the stock quickly, though, he will absolutely take it. That being said, even jabs on shield are not safe in a matchup like this. Pilot up smash, bada bing, bada boom. 1 down off the board, 2 stocks apiece. 50% now on Pilot, but he's got all the momentum, all the speed, and now shielding that up B once more. The up air just above, trying to catch out where Mr. L is going to go, and both just reading the play very well here. No one, going for anything too safe. They want everything if they can get it.
Yeah, it's always really interesting to see 2 characters whose biggest weapon is shield. Doing nothing and asking the other player to come forward. Both of them have been doing, amazing use of it too. Pilot a little bit more willing to try to aggress on the shield. Mr. L being a little bit more safe as of thus far. But still, shield is not a good thing to be touching. You don't want to look at the little circles too terribly hard against either of these characters. Mr. L doing an amazing job of punishing that one. And Pilot Sends it right back. It's like we're watching tennis.
We need a counter in the top left corner of the screen to tell us how many of these kills have come from the opponent touching their shield. It has been, I feel like of all 6 stocks that could have been potentially taken, I mean, even here, potentially this last one, feels like 4 or 5 of them, at least, have been taken because of a player being just too overly aggressive. That Nair gonna leave leave Pilot in an odd spot, but so far the chase down is on. Backer's gonna land. Mr. L off stage once more, uses the jump, side B, gets parried, and that's an up smash, and that's gonna be the set. Pilot sneaks this set out of nowhere, and all 5 are going to Colorado.
You can't touch the shield. You can't touch the shield. And Fox McCloud showing you why. After an insane match. Once again, it feels like a coin flip, but Colorado continues to play with a weighted coin, and it just keeps coming up. Buffaloes, no matter what you try, no matter what you do, does not matter. Mr. L playing a great game there, especially with those punishes, especially out of shield, and we got to see a lot more of that combo game and a lot more of their aggressive play on this small battlefield that we saw on PS2, and it looks so incredibly promising, but you just got to change out that coin. It's broken.
Unfortunately, Seton Hall unable to do so. We'll say good stuff to Mr. L in this series to keep things close. Looked a little bit more like Mario than Luigi a couple times with that up smash out of shield in game number 2, being able to take some stocks off the board. But at the end of the day, these two players playing very similarly. Can't touch the shield, otherwise you will just die for it. And that was the name of the game in set number 5, one that Pilot will come out on top of. I believe that's win number 4 of the season for Pilot this year. And Colorado extend their score line to help them build towards that postseason run potentially. They are now 6-5 on the year, and they win this one 26-2. We will get the chance to interview one of the players from Colorado momentarily after a short intermission, so don't go anywhere. We will be right back. Hello everyone and welcome back to the EGFC. We are here joined by Endor for the side of Colorado after they get the 26-2 victory over Seton Hall. Endor, how are you feeling about the win this week?
Especially coming off 2 losses the past 2 weeks, it feels very good to get back in stride.
Yeah, well, y'all absolutely looked like you were in stride. I gotta ask, last season we saw a second semester kind of transformation of the Colorado team, and this win looked like the start of that. Should we be expecting a little bit of a run back of last year?
We are aiming for that, I'd say, for sure. This second semester, we've been implementing more online practices, more time just playing the game in general, whether it's online or offline. We're trying to make a comeback as compared to first semester.
It looks like y'all are doing insane work on the practice. I gotta ask, y'all don't have a coaching staff, I believe, no kind of support staff. So how do you structure your practices and, really set yourself forward for these next weeks?
Yeah, so currently what we're doing is we have 2 practices a week. I lead one of them, and then co-captain, Mediocre. Y'all have seen play sometimes, is leading the other. So, we just have players show up to one or both of those and really give it a few hours of just, knocking out the practice, mostly to get us used to Wi-Fi, because a lot of our players are little less comfortable when there's some lag.
Fair enough. And actually, it's interesting that, Colorado is an interesting roster because there's been a little bit of turnover, but it feels like you guys are doing a better job year after year now of kind of pulling new and younger talent. Is there anyone you're kind of excited to see get more and more time as the season goes on?
I think y'all were mentioning it during his set, but Pilot has been a new player this year who has been putting in excellent work. That Fox has been really taking home a lot of sets for us. Past that, as you guys saw today, we have a new player by the name of Sleepy Curb. His Mario is very, very good, and we are glad to have him on the team now.
It's exciting to watch and see some of these newer faces. Let's talk about your set in particular. Yours was nail-bitingly close. Battle of the captains and a battle of kind of two heavyweights in their own right. Can you kind of walk through your thought process for that matchup?
So, as soon as I got in there, I realized I had not practiced enough on Wi-Fi today. So part of it was me getting used to the delay, but that's not to take anything away from that Bowser. He was an excellent player. Over the set, I just caught onto some habits, the dare coming down from disadvantage, just little stuff like that, and I was able to optimize, I think, a little faster than he was.
And it helped get that 2-stock victory in game number 3, which helped secure the dub for you guys this week. You guys get Idaho next week, and we'll be excited to see you guys play in that matchup. But while you're here in the booth with us, is there anyone you'd like to thank or shout out?
Every time somebody has a first appearance, I shout out them. So, hey, shout out to Sleepy Curb. He did an excellent job today in his debut. Helped carry us to victory.
It was exciting to watch. All right, thank you so much for joining us, Endure. Congratulations on the victory this week, and we'll see you for that Idaho matchup next week.
Thanks so much for having me.
All right, one in the books, and now we get ready for our second match of the night. After this, I believe we take a little bit of a trip out east for Delaware versus St. John's, a story of two very strong esports programs going head-to-head after a short intermission. So don't touch that dial now, we're just getting started.
Define yourself. Will you impact the future? Will you lead the pack? Will you engage the world? Will you find the cure? Will you be the hope? So, will you? Come see how St. John students are changing the world every day. Visit us today.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the EGFC. We are getting ready for our second match of the night. The University of Delaware Blue Hens going up against the St. John's Red Storm. A battle of beasts from the east, as you would say. And these two teams, a very interesting matchup considering Delaware 2-0 on the season, new as of this split.
Yeah, and with that, every game matters so much for them as we try to figure out seeding leading into the postseason, which is ever on the mind in the second semester. What matters for them isn't amount of games won, it's win percentage is how they get seeded. And with the limited number of matches that they're going to be able to play with them being a newcomer, every single match is a huge swing in their seeding. In one game, they can go from top seed to 5th or 7th, just like that.
And this is going to be a huge game for them here going up against St. John's, a normal titan of the regular season here at the EGFC. This year, so far, 7-2 overall. in the or in their overall record, I should say. But most notably, last year they went 12-4, and despite having that good of a record, they were third overall in the big tiebreaker rounds. The round differential, they were third, and point differential. So this is a squad that can really run up the score if you aren't prepared for them. So this will be the first true test of mettle for the Blue Hens, as in the previous 2 games they played in week 9, their opener, they won 18-7, I believe was the score, over William and Mary, who are another big scene or a big school here in the SSBU scene at EGFC. And then last week they got a big win over the Villanova Wildcats. So now can they keep the streak going here against the Red Storm? We'll have to see. Game number 1, the first set is underway.
And we get a little bit of a Fire Emblem engage on the stream tonight. Roy and Violet coming out to show you what they can do in very early. Bootleg wants to take him right to him, but Roy hits hard and is ready to swing back. Boost going for those sweet spots on the hilt. Oh, early kill from Bootleg, swinging out there with the lance.
Very early stock here. Boost in a world of hurt for it. Boost, by the way, first time we're seeing their Roy come in. We saw Aegis last time we saw them play. They've played both weeks, and they've been pretty good about both of their sets overall. But Bootleg on the flip side, a player that's getting more and more time for the side of St. John's. We've seen the Byleth most frequently. We have also seen some character swaps in the past from them, so if this set does tilt drastically, wouldn't be surprised to see them change up the characters. That being said, so far things are working with this lead that they've built up for themselves, but Boost keeping it within arm's reach here. Only 50, make that 61% now onto Boost. Won't even tempt fate getting up from that ledge, knowing that forward smash from Bootleg is on the docket. 128 now for Bootleg. Finds the back air. No, it's shielded away. Forward tilt will do the trick, and we're back to tied at 2 stocks apiece.
I think Bootleg is doing a really good job right now of managing fast options with ranged options, trying to find a mix-up, especially against this Roy, who is pretty much all fast and close options. You know, they want to go for that hilt, they want to go for those big hits, and when they grab them, it can make huge changes. So I think Bootleg is doing a really good job trying to manage that aggression there. And a great little drag down into a dash attack sets them up once again with a very fast kill.
Bootleg's ability to find these fast kills is certainly turning into something to note here. That nair and a dash attack, very simple combo to land. It all depends though on that hitbox of the nair. Bootleg able to quickly respond to it, but now Boost seemingly just able to kind of turn these stocks around. Despite dropping early stocks, his ability to play at 0% here, it is certainly worth noting, because now Bootleg is at kill percent once again. One good forward tilt should do the trick. Even these side Bs that Boost is threatening could potentially take the stock, but he's got to find a way back down, and the nair will trade, so Boost eats a little bit of damage, but he brings it back to basically dead even on last stock apiece here in game number 1.
It really feels like the difference of consistency versus flashes. Bootleg right now really bringing flashes of brilliance, and when they flash, they are brighter than the sun. Boost, though, so consistent with every single hit, with every single pressure, with every single neutral. But when you flash bright like that, all you need is to flash 3 times, and Bootleg sends it home, surviving the Roy.
The momentum tilting in this game is just so odd to me, because, like you said, Bootleg, it feels like they take these stocks so early, seemingly out of nowhere, but Boost, the consistency to bring it back close every single time was very noteworthy in this opening game. And yet, all of a sudden, it's like a stamina bar, where Boost just ran out of stamina to play at these early percents, and all of a sudden Bootleg found every read he needed to, including this little miss space from Boost on that up B. Couldn't quite snap to ledge there, faded above it, and it allowed for that sweet spot of forward smash to take game number 1 for Bootleg and for the side of St. John. So an early lead to the Red Storm, but as we get ready for game number 2, curious to see if we'll see the same thing or if we see a complete change-up, be it in stage or in character pick.
You can be the best person in the world at neutral, but how much does it really matter if you can't confirm your kills? If you can't, find your punish place, if you can't keep yourself from getting swung on like that, it just really doesn't matter. Like, neutral is so important in this game, but if you can't confirm your plays, it doesn't mean anything. No way! No way! 10 seconds go by and we already see a stock off the board.
I was getting ready to make a point, but Bootleg's not going to give me the time. A 0 to death right off the bat, just 10 seconds in, and all of a sudden, Bootleg has a massive lead. But this was also the story of game number 1. Bootleg gets the early lead, Boost spends the rest of the game battling back and bringing things back to even, and then Bootleg was able to strike again and ends up taking the game back. Now it's up to Boost here to adapt once more, but Bootleg seemingly with solid control right now of this matchup, not allowing Boost back into the game. He wants this edge guard. He might get a ledge trump too. He's just barely too slow to the play. The up tilt, or down tilt I should say, from Boost will knock Bootleg off, but he'll be able to recover back very easily. Byleth's recovery very strong, and not a whole lot that Roy as a character can do about it in the first place. Now with all this rage though, maybe Boost can do something here along this ledge, but the distance that Byleth covers makes work for Roy very difficult, just so hard to get in on the distance demon that is Byleth, and the up tilt sneakily taking stock number 2.
That Rage King anymore they once were, but their range I think hits harder than almost any other character on this roster and covers so many options every time. Now that lance in the air, as you can see it right there, Boost no way to really get in and cover those regrabs. Finally they get a kill as Bootleg tries to get back onto the stage and really set their feet down, but there's still a stock back, and we've seen Bootleg, pull kills just out of their pocket, out of nowhere, with no preemptive. It feels like every second that goes past is just another second that, Boost has been loaned.
Can't believe that down air almost killed off the top. Now these up airs are getting dangerous. That up smash, if that had fully connected, could have been the stock here. Boost trying to make a play to get this back within arm's reach. 48% now. Looking for something. These back airs on the platform are not going to do the trick quite yet. Bootleg's shield too strong at the moment. Down tilt though. Maybe a follow-up. Couldn't find the jab. Boost at 112. They'll be able to shield the arrow once more. Another down tilt. Goes for the side Bs, but a grab in between each hit allows Bootleg another opportunity to try and seal this stock away. But the roll behind forward tilt will knock Bootleg off stage once more. They'll be able to grab the ledge. These side Bs from Bootleg doing so much work in this battle against Boost, and the combo off the platform is just too clean. The spike into the up air, and Bootleg takes the first set of this game.
I mean, we saw Bootleg fishing for that one all match. They were waiting for it. Throwing out the up Bs, hoping something connects, anything connects. Finally, the one that matters connects, the last kill of the stock. And that's such a good combo, especially off that platform, sends them at the perfect launch angle. And once you've got that, that is all she wrote. Boost might have been consistent, they have such good mechanics, but you cannot match that pop-off factor.
Just 10 seconds in, taking that first stock, maybe 11 according to that timer. But then the up tilt here at 146 to give themselves a 2-stock lead. And then eventually this up B, we saw them go for it a couple of times, you mentioned, and the one time they are holding in is the one time they get caught with it. So good stuff to Bootleg to take that opening set here for the side of St. John's, and really kind of a momentum builder, it feels like, because not only were they getting stocks, they were getting them very early, and like you said, a very flashy play to kind of get this win for the side of the Red Storm as they've built themselves a 5-0 lead.
Talk about hype, talk about motivating. You watch that looked like a clip dump, in live. And if you're going up after that, you know that you've got the expectations now, you've got the energy, you got it moving, you got it grooving, and you got to live up to what you just saw. You got to perform just as well. And St. John's University definitely has players that can live up to that hype and can live up to that performance, especially against a team like Delaware, who isn't as experienced in this EGF format.
This is a relatively newer team to the EGFC. Delaware, obviously a big esports program, but this SSBU team has not really seen action like this yet. They've played against Villanova and they played against William & Mary at the start of the season, but St. John's has been one of those kind of dark horses when it comes to the EGFC. Always at the top of the standings, but can't quite find a way to take the crown just yet. Even just last year, they were in their conference finals and were one of the top seeds coming into their pool play. They just barely missed out on making top 7 in that league championship. So we know this squad is very close to the top, but hasn't found a way to take that crown just yet. That being said, St. John's has also gone through a little bit of turnover, as is the magic of the collegiate scene. Not every player can stick around. Players like Titko in the past, who have played numerous sets and characters, not available, I believe, or at least haven't seen them so far this split, was a grad student entering this year. Now, this time around, we're seeing a lot of the younger players get more time. Players like Bootleg are seeing more action, and they're making the most of it, like you saw here in this opening set.
When you're always going to have change for these collegiate programs, you know, the players that we get to have for a long time are always cherished, but you know, people graduate, people get busy with classes. When you get to that upper level stuff especially, sometimes the amount of time you have just drifts away. And studies are always what is most important in the end. So, seeing those new faces and being able to rotate through and fully incorporate them to the roster is what a lot of these long-standing teams have really had to do. And as a result, we've seen, you know, good waves and bad waves with different teams, just depending on the year and the roster they're able to get. But being able to be consistently good and consistently at the level that St. John's is really shows the passion that they have for this esport and, you know, how they're willing to bring in the whole community of the college into it.
And they really have done a fantastic job of that as this roster just continues to grow despite the turnovers and, you know, players moving on, graduating, just moving on to different scenes. On the flip side, Delaware, relatively new, but we're also seeing a little bit of depth to their roster as well, about 6 players through the first 2 weeks or so, and a couple of different characters as well, not ones we often see. We've seen a very few Roys enter the scene, so Roy, an interesting character to note for Booster. We've also seen Boomer, Swift, Houdini, Emba, and Coral on characters like ZSS, Yoshi. Actually, Swift, I believe, had the very first Sheik of the EGFC stepping in. And so far, Swift 2-0 this season. We might get the chance to see them later. But I believe we've got those players locked in for this second set. And
I got a surprise for you. You get to see Swift now. Calling for them. Swift v. Luca is going to be the next up. They have Gentleman to the PS2 as well, so we should be able to get right down into it in just a moment. That PS2 stage, I feel like, is kind of the it's not just Gentleman. It's just one of those good stages. I feel like every game has a stage or a map where it's just like, oh yeah, that's the good one. That's the one that everyone likes. It might not be everyone's favorite, but everyone, you know, no one hates it type deal.
Yeah, PS2 is, you know, I've said this many a time, but if you're going to learn competitive Smash, you got to know how to play on PS2. It's just that simple. You got to know how to play around that stage, know your spacing, and everyone here at the EGFC knowing that. Now, Luca versus Swift, going to be an interesting battle to say the least. Luca, really one of the new standout players for the side of St. John's, new as of this year, but so far playing fantastic Smash when they've stepped in. 4-0 on this Greninja. We've also seen Chrom from them in the past, so potentially a switch up there. But on the flip side, the story really is Swift and this Sheik. One of the best Sheiks that we've seen. Katsuji also had a Sheik for the side of Colorado, but the win percentage, at least so far, I know Swift, it's only been 2 weeks, tilting in Swift's favor in that regard. That being said, we'll have to see how they play against one of the standouts of the Red Storm.
Well, Swift also brings something with them that is a huge advantage to every single one of these games. playing a character that no one else does. The matchup experience is lean against Sheiks, especially Sheiks at this level. And Swift has been doing a pretty good job. Luca at the moment seems to be, you know, doing equally good on this Greninja. Greninja, I feel like, is basically Sheik, but better and cooler. In this game, they're able to get off a lot more damage in those combos while still being incredibly fast and a really cool ninja. Whereas, you know, one of the main issues with Sheik is you can pull off these cool combos, but you'll get to the end of them and have done 3% of damage.
The big thing about Sheik is that the combos, while they are very cool, they are very precise. Even though they don't do a whole ton of damage, it's about getting to that point where you land that final sweet spot. And that sweet spot is a lot easier for Luca to land with things like that up smash, like that down smash, just covering a bit more space and having a little bit larger of a hitbox. Swift is going to have to work a little bit harder, I think, to take these stocks. But both of them also work similarly in that if you make a mistake, you can get punished very swiftly, as Swift able to find the sweet spot of the up smash on that high recovery from Luca to take the first stock of this set.
Oh, not too fast. Luca all ready to fight back. They've got this as a good advantage and stage control. They just need to make it work, but that dolphin dive not going to make it easy. Luca fighting to get back to the stage. Their feet are going to touch right back down. But as these knives come out, they are so good at harassing more than anything else.
Nair going to knock Swift away. Sheik on the lighter side of the cast, certainly, too, so in terms of raw kill power, finding that move that will just kill outright in a scramble situation, you also have to kind of favor Greninja in that regard. But still, both characters are typically lighter, so maybe not a huge factor coming through, or we'll see if survivability becomes a huge factor. As Swift surviving at 125 is a solid sign, but they're going to get up tilted into up aired, and that's going to be Swift dropping their first stock here. Good catch by Luca on the ground to make that play happen. 87% differential here, but one that can be made up very quickly here. Down throw into a chase down, but not all that much, just 23 onto Swift. Maybe something here off of the up throw, wanted the up air afterward, but Swift's defense pretty solid overall right now.
Yeah, Swift's doing a really good job of, you know, adding on what pressure they can. Luca, though, had a lot of extra credit on them, but has been rallying this stock. Able to not take a ton of damage. Meanwhile, they've racked up 73% on Swift. Looking for more as they really need to get this advantage back in, but going off stage, not going to be super where they want to be. They do, however, manage to dance their way back to midfield, letting Swift charge up those knives. Not the biggest worry. The biggest worry is those combo starters, just like that big hit right there. And now that Swift has Luca on the edge of the stage, they're looking for more.
Good tech, though, by Luca. Swift recognizing, hey, I can catch him, maybe something here, but the back air gets teched off of the platform or off the stage, and Luca will be able to survive for now. He's at 160, so he might be working on borrowed time. That being said, Swift has not found a way to get that easy, quick kill here. In terms of quick kill options, I can't think of too many here for Swift to really find in a scramble situation. But so far, Luca, with stage control, loses to the Nair though, will still survive at 170, and the back air will come through. Don't think Luca's forward air, I believe it was, came out in time, and so Swift winning that outright and putting Luca on their last stock. But now you're starting to see Luca hunt for these heavy hitboxes. They want to take this stock early. They want to get back to even ground as much as, or as fast as they can. Only 10%, 19 now. Swift looking for these up airs, finds a back air as well. And look at this, they're reading these defensive options now a whole lot more, but they just barely can't get there in time. The forward smash comes through. We're down to last stocks.
Last stock, 62% of extra credit on the board for Luca. But good combo starter here, can keep that moving. Knives in the pocket, they got the kunai. Ready to build top, and we've seen what they can do with them. Another good across the stage, forces Luca all the way into a corner. Swift can't manage to capitalize on it. Luca's movement's just a little bit too good. Jab to add some extra damage. Soft hit off stage. Again, can't capitalize. The movements from Luca. Doing so well to stay alive for as long as they can, to do as much as they can. Just looking for that one little hit that they can start their own combo and try to find their way right back into this. And just, it's not quite there. It seems like Swift is just a little bit too fast.
Swift, Sheik is a very fast character. That being said, a relatively slow game. Check the timer. We're approaching a minute remaining here. We have had timeouts before in the EGFC. It's classic tournament format when it comes down to that. The higher percent loses that stock, and so it would be a one stock victory if Swift were to time out here, but I doubt it will get to that point as we're starting to hit the red and orange percents for both of these players here. A grab, no real kill throw on Sheik, and Luca's starting to really get out of that combo range as well. Trade there, not too much. Swift is going to have the advantage. Side B going to chip away at the percent. And they're going to knock Luca off stage once more. How does Luca get back? Just barely getting around the side B and the approach there of Swift. And Luca looking for something here. This is a lot of rage. If he gets something, he might be able to kill very, very early, but a dash attack is going to come through. Luca's DI just barely caught off guard, but it's enough for Swift to take game number 1.
Swift might be fast, but that match definitely going all the way to the wire. 25 seconds about left on the clock before it ended. And I gotta say, it's kind of wild seeing Swift play that hit and run like that and just slowly rallying up that damage ever so methodically all the way till the end when it comes into a nice cohesive play where it just needs that one last little hit to come through. You know, that combo game is huge, especially when it pulls up great plays like we saw right there from Luca. But Swift really relying on that hit and run and trying to take every option as safe as possible.
Playing very safe, Swift was. But also, I think the turning point really was this chase down right here. Gets solid 56%, but that forward smash just barely comes out in time. Swift getting a little bit too greedy. I think he dashes into him here. It's soft hit a back air. The nair just barely misses, and you can see he wants that next hit. He wants that next grab. He dashes forward, but he's just barely out of reach. Here's that nair that just barely whiffs. Look at Luca throwing out forward air too, not catching the drift as well, but that's how close that extended hitbox would come through, and that combo could have been even more in this situation. But instead, Swift gets caught out by the fact that this nair misses, the forward smash lands, and Luca buys himself a little bit more time. But I wouldn't be surprised to see a very similar match here for game number 2 in terms of the pace of play, where it goes nearly to time, because both of these players, we talked about it, both of these characters are about precise hitboxes, and if you don't have that full string of combos to get to that moment where you can land that sweet spot up smash, or land that, something, needles to bouncing fish, or for Greninja, something like a shadow sneak where it's going to take some setup to get to a point where you can do that. The conditioning of these players, it feels like it's going to take a lot to really break through that condition.
Yeah. Especially with how both of them are really, they're fishing for their combos just a little bit and really trying to make sure that each neutral is as safe as an engagement as possible. Really playing it out, never, too aggressive, looking for the mistake, looking for the punish, looking for the 3% here and there. That adds up over time to create a kill, especially going through these neutral, projectile plays right here, because it just adds on that little bit more of damage. Now, with that, those needles in, Luca a little bit higher, can't commit to that aggressive combo starter that they were looking for. Miss come through. Swift looking for a little bit more. The nair immediately hits it right back. And now Swift trying to find their ground. They're trying to find their footing once again. Gonna have not too much worries about it as they're able to just hit the ground, pull up the shield, and get the needles back in their court.
A minute and a half gone by, and only 67% really dealt to each player. 66 for the side of Luca. Nair's going to knock Swift away, but not too much here. a much more passive game from both players. Like you said, playing very safe, playing with the distance. You see Swift try and come up with something here. He's starting to approach a bit more. Now he's realizing that Luca's just kind of playing a little bit more passive, just using that neutral B a lot more frequently, and Luca trying to break that distance by going for quick options like dash attack. We saw that dash attack kill at a very high percent last time, but it can kind of earn yourself stage control at these higher percents and set yourself up for potential edge guards and ledge traps and so on and so forth. 82% here on Swift still. Luca just below 100 right now. He's still looking for something. Throwing out these down tilts, playing very safe as we approach 4.5 minutes remaining in this second game. Still looking for that one solid opening. Found the needles, but he wanted the forward smash afterward. Could not find it. That move just barely too slow on startup, and it gives Luca the opportunity to roll away and get away from those hitboxes. Needles, the bouncing fish this time does not work. Found a down tilt, but it's still not enough to connect into that forward air. More ranged projectile play as they both reset on opposite sides of the stage.
Playing this patient soy, what are you really looking for as like that go signal of like, I've got what I want now, it's time to commit?
When I think of that go signal for Greninja, the reason I favored him is because of things like dash attack and down tilt that are just so quick and so simple to throw out in neutral in a scramble situation. They often work, but for Swift, you're looking for those needles. Finally, they find him, and it's into sweet spot of up smash, but Luca, the response, no fear, going up to the sky to chase down Swift and find a second up there and tie us back up at 2 stocks apiece. Over half the game now gone, and Luca and Swift are dead even. But I think in terms of that go button, you have to think about how they want to end those stocks. Luca, I feel like the play here, instead of going for those down tilts and dash attacks that are the simple setup, you got to be able to read where Swift wants to go. Those aerials are going to take a little bit longer, but we haven't seen him go for something committal like a shadow sneak. That side B can be very deceptively strong.
I think it almost like maybe up smash as well. Like we saw Swift pulling it out right there. Of all you need for that up smash confirmed is just one little hit. I mean, Swift's finding it off the needles. Luca can find it off of that shuriken, tiny charge one like that. Or possibly just, one of those short drag down aerials right down into it. And I think you just need that like tiny little bump for your confirm, and then at that point you can commit. Here, as we see the damage, once you get them up in the air, following it up with an up air is so clean. And then if you get lucky, you can just continue that range. But neither of these characters really have those big, options you're trying to bait out, those huge commits. And so, as a result, you're really just looking for positional overcommits, I think, if you're really trying to play that punish.
The one thing we have not seen that could be a last resort or trump card for Luca is the Greninja counter. That is a very strong move that could break through neutral the same way Swift is trying to use things like dash attack. He could use that on the needles and quickly break that distance in half or potentially get a kill. We have not seen Luca throw that out yet, but I do agree, part of the struggle of this game is that juggle game in the first place. Both are so dangerous when they get their opponents in the air, but these two characters in particular have a lot of options to get back down to the stage. Unfortunately for Swift, Luca is starting to get these reads on where Swift wants to land, and he's spacing so well with that forward smash. Luca now has the lead.
Has the lead, but at 140, Swift just needs to hit that needles. Or, alternatively, a quick little hit all the way into that big kit flick right there. And that's going to kill Luke off the side. Now as we're at a minute, though, you got to wonder, do you start really playing for the kill here? Or are you playing for that timeout, just trying to add up whatever percentage you can? Right now, it's Luca in the advantage. Swift up at 45%. Needs to find a lot more damage quickly. Can they get back to stage, though? Yes, they can. They've got that huge Sheik recovery. 60%. Needs to find a lot more damage very quickly. Time drifting down now, 40. Huge aerial gets into it. Nice jabs. That adds up a lot real quick, but Luke is going to shield out of it just like that. Both players now looking for their projectiles. That adds about another 10% on the board for Swift, but Luca's got a nice juggle, tries to find more. Huge smash attack, actually. That gets Swift all the way up to 100%, and they've got to move quick. Grab, keeps it a little bit more out. Dolphin dive off, tries to go for that second hit. Luca does manage to get that tech though, and that keeps them alive. 15 seconds on the clock now. Luca needs to just keep alive. Swift trying to engage, trying to chase down the frog, but he is hopping mad, and you're not gonna catch him. 5, 4, 3. Luca, can you do it? Yes, you can. And the clock hits 0. Father Time decides the frog gets to live.
Fightingly close game there, and I was worried for a good period of time on that timeout because Sheik, again, is a character who needs those precise hitboxes, and sometimes when you're caught running away, you don't realize that you put yourself right in harm's way for potential combos when you're DIing to move away from your opponent. As you can see, 74.5% to 105.2 means that Luca will walk away with a 1-stock victory in game number 2. This game, so strange of a matchup on two characters that you would think would be a little bit more rushdown-y style, to play so passively, so carefully, to the point where they're both just neutral being on opposite sides of the stage. It is very strange to see such a different style, but it goes to show the respect both of these players have. They're saying, we can play this precise game, and if you want to play this way, I'm willing to commit to this play style as well. Both of these characters can absolutely blow you up if you give them that one window, and we're seeing what happens even, in this game in particular. Swift getting caught out on landings. When you have so many options of Sheik, you have that quick down air that can potentially get you aggressively back down to the ground. Everyone's got an air dodge. You've got an up B that's very difficult to read because you literally vanish. There are so many different ways for you to get back down to the stage, and Luca being able to track them down, I think, is a huge marker and turning point of this set.
This map, I think, might change things up quite a bit, as not only is it close in, there's no platforms, nowhere to run away to. If you want space, you've got to earn it. You've got to fight for every little inch right now. Neither player managing to really connect as of yet, though. Luca going for those nairs. Finally, a grab comes through, and Swift is going to find the follow-up. Can't find much more. Response grab already out. The punish is on shield. Swift continues to look for it. Finds another grab. Follow-up not going to connect this time, but the little jab into aerials is here. Swift moving much faster this time. And already a kill. Fastest one we've seen so far this set. Only 30 seconds, and Swift is on top.
Luca thought he had to tech, and ends up air dodging and drops the first stock. And I was going to say, between these two players in terms of this kind of patient play style, play precise, play safe, it feels like the percentages make a huge difference. Swift is winning these kind of early low percent games where they're able to get a little bit more off of their combo. Instead of 2 or 3 hits for Luca, for Luca it's 2 or 3 hits. For Swift, it's 3 or 4. And that percentage does end up mattering for a character like Sheik. On the flip side, when it comes down to these high percentages where you need that one raw hit or one strong read, that's where Luca has found their advantage. But so far, Swift, with these kind of quick checks off stage for things like pressuring with a back air or catching Luca, in terms of testing him if he's ready to tech the stage or not, has brought himself to a lead here. And only 24% dealt in this early game, as Luca now really struggling. Look at that. Just a solid string of dash attack to back air and threatening these turnarounds too. Jab won't kill quite yet. Nair's going to set Luca off stage once more. But he's at 130. Luca's got to play so carefully if he wants to bring this back. Otherwise, this could be a 3-1 lead.
I think Swift is doing, something we talked about earlier of changing the pace. Finding the mix-up not just on movement, but on speed and being able to force more interactions. Swift, every neutral interaction is going pretty close. They're maybe only winning 60% of them, but when they're forcing so many more of those neutral interactions, that 60%, that 20% difference adds up so quickly that you're able to turn it into more advantage states. You're able to turn it into higher percentage. You're able to turn it into more kill opportunities, and that's how we get to a 3-1 stock count with not even 3 minutes off the clock for both of these players.
Huge stock here for Swift. They're at 84 here, but the way that they've taken stocks off of Luka so far, well, there goes that stock. 84%, not going to matter if the down tilt lands. Luka, easy confirm there into the forward air, but still, in a game like this, you got to feel like these point swings could be massive. Every stock is going to matter in a very close battle between these two. Luka getting that one could be a huge difference maker for later, but he's got to work on the now. 2-1 in stock count, 36% on his last life here in game number 3. Swift, though, with a full stock advantage at 60% and nowhere to run to on Final Destination, his defense has certainly been noteworthy. These air dodges around a couple of these aerials that Luka wants to throw out have been really clutch in these moments, but Nair into up smash, looking like Fox, but still not enough to take that stock quite yet. Swift surviving at just over 100.
I feel like we're getting to see a bit of a different side of Swift's play during this match, because they're at such high advantage here, really forcing Luka into a lot more engagements with their back up against the wall, to a lot more aggressive engagements where they have to make a play happen. That we're going to see a lot more of that punish game that Swift is able to bring. How fast they're able to just get in, get out, take the avenues they have and make it work for them. We saw them play aggressive and forcing everything early. Now they're able to slow it down and force Luka to play a style that they're maybe not as comfortable with. And I think that is so huge, of being able to not play, just careful, or not being able to play just fast, but being able to play all of them and force your opponent into a situation that they're not ready for.
89-137, huge stock here for Luka, and for Swift for that matter, as this could be a huge point swing for either squad. Luka's going to be able to make it back to stage here, but there's so much shield pressure, and Swift is just going to die to the up throw, normally a combo throw, but that does kill at high percents, and so now we're down to last stocks apiece. Now, 2 minutes left. I don't expect to see the timeout. It'd be a miracle if we get to that point, but maybe Luka with all this rage can do something here. These are both light characters, and if he gets these early combos online, this could get dangerous for Swift very quickly. Swift is going to have to find one of those raw reads soon, and they're going to land the forward tilt into the up air, and that's going to do the trick here in set number 2. Swift will take this best-of-3 series and tie up this stock count.
Yeah, and that comes down to that pace thing that we touch on so much. I think that Final Destination's map pick is really what led to it, and understanding how this stage affects how you want to play. The fact that it's smaller, there's no platforms, there's nowhere to run, it's gonna force all those neutral engagements. Swift able to understand and really take advantage of it and force out a win here, forcing Luka into situations that they're not ready for. And once they forced it through playing that faster style, they switched it right back to a punish game and forced Luka to play a style that they just weren't comfortable in more than anything else. So many of Swift's kills coming down to inches. This one, another huge one, where they're able to punish the aggression of Luka just by that tiny little bit, the tiny little choice that Luka makes, leading to their death. And Swift right there to deal the punishment.
Some just small errors by Luka in that third game led to Swift getting a massive lead there. You saw in that third game, 3-1 and only 55% taken. Now, as that game went on, Luka was able to adapt, bring it a bit closer, but they just ran out of gas. Eventually, that forward tilt into up air was able to take that stock, and Swift gets the win. I was off on the score line, though. It is not quite tied. 4 points earned for the side of Delaware, as they've brought it back very close, though. A 2-point lead is not all that much and can be easily made back up with this next series. But it does mean that Delaware is going to have to select their next player to send in, and St. John's will have the opportunity to counterpick.
Yeah, I mean, that 2-point delta, that's just one set win right there. 1-2 stock is all you need, and we see 2 stocks more common than I think any other type of ending here in the EGF. It's winning on that next player from Delaware at the moment. Get started. What I like about this Delaware squad more than anything else right now is how different they are from the rest of EGF. Whether it's characters, whether it's playstyle, like we saw right there, Delaware is truly bringing something new and inventive to the playing field that I think a lot of teams haven't really dealt with up until this point.
Yeah, I agree here. And again, there's still a lot to be explored with this Delaware team. They've only played in 2 weeks, and they've had 2, I guess, very different opponents. You've got a Villanova squad that they played last week that is only at 2 wins so far this season, so Delaware's already matched them. But the big win for them was beating that William & Mary squad in Week 9, where William & Mary, obviously a big name here at EGFC, but this year it's been a little bit more of a struggle for them. They've got some big wins over teams like Colorado, and I believe they might have one of St. John's losses as well. But on the flip side, they've also lost to some strange teams. For example, Wichita State, having a fantastic season, has taken down William & Mary. And so because of that, William & Mary right now are sitting at basically 500 entering this week. And it means that, the top of the table isn't as clear-cut and dry as we would think. And so for Delaware, this is the true test of mettle for them. This is a St. John's squad that has consistently every year been one of the top teams at the end of the regular season. They're on pace to do so again this year. And so if they can keep pace with them, we've got another big Titan on our hands. But they have to find a way to clutch these out if they're going to be one of the top and have a chance at that crown at the end of the year. And that's what they're thinking about in the long run. But they got to focus on this week, this battle, this moment right here. And we'll have to see how they do moving forward. But I do agree to your statement about the different kind of play styles and what they bring to the table. Seeing a Sheik that is, able to play a bit more passively when this character's got so much speed and so much, quick kill power in their kit. When I think of Sheik, obviously, professional scene, you think of Void. But the biggest thing about Void is that those kills that he gets are at 80%. They're not getting to the triple digits. He gets those setups very early in the stock count. And for Swift here, maybe taking a little bit longer, but it's still that same sentiment of, I'm going to wait for that opportunity. And even if it takes me an extra second to get there, I will get there eventually. And Luca running out of time in that hourglass in that last set.
Yeah, I think, going back to what you were talking about earlier, that this season of EGF has really shaken up the top of the leaderboard, if you will. A lot of the teams that, coming into this season could not get higher, could not be flying higher, now have been taken down a little bit of a peg. We haven't seen Hawaii nearly as high as, they were last season. Colorado also struggling a bit coming into this semester. Last time they were back half teams, we saw them earlier today. Looks like they might try to repeat that. But I feel like this season has been a huge shakeup about, who really is the blue blood smash teams in the EGF, because a lot of them have just fallen off, or I don't want to say fallen off, a lot of them have been caught up to. It feels like the play of all of the EGF has risen so much that what used to be the ceiling is now the floor.
It is a very interesting season, the storylines that are developing. You've still got technically 3 undefeated teams remaining if you count Delaware. Despite it being a short season, they are 2-0. But you got 3 other undefeated teams that are currently at 10-0, and they're not always staple names. Yes, you have UTAR defending league champions. Yes, you have DePaul, who have always been kings of the regular season. But that last team is Wichita State, who have never made the playoffs before. And they're having a fantastic season. They took down William & Mary earlier this year. That was a huge win for them. So, when you're seeing a team that it was for the past 2 seasons going roughly 5-11 in the regular season, come up this way and be at that 10-win marker already, it really shows that no lead is safe. And even with Delaware coming in at this point in the season, it certainly shakes things up even more because of that potential for playoffs, that win percentage being a factor when you enter that postseason run. And it's also interesting to note, thinking back on it, teams that enter in late in the EGFC I think have found success more frequently than not, just in the history of the EGFC. I think back to season 2, George Washington, for example. They went. I think they only went 3-5 in the regular season. But when it came to the postseason run, they took down Mississippi State in the conference playoffs, and they were the number 2 seed entering that conference. In fact, just last year, for a more recent example, UTA was 7-1 in the regular season, and all of a sudden they're league champions at the end of the day at season 3. So Delaware trying to kind of keep that odd statement going, if they can, of being a newer team here to the EGFC, but having a lot of success in doing so.
Well, I think possibly coming in, halfway through the season gives you the advantage of no one knows how to scout you. At the end of the day, they don't have those VODs to look back to. They don't have those that scouting to do, that preparation to really work through with you. And as a result, it makes it so much harder to prepare, especially with the format like we have in EGF, where, that setup is everything. Getting the right order out is everything. Getting the right, people playing different people is everything. If you don't know who you're playing against, you can't plan for those types of outings. And so Delaware here, being able to look back on their opponents' VODs while no one's able to look at theirs, really does give them, I think, a little bit of an advantage. With that said, the other teams also do have that experience of understanding the format, understanding how it works, because the EGF format is so different compared to, traditional like Smash crew battles and such.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a format where it feels like, in terms of the traditional crew battle, you're playing for every single stock in the sense that it's King of the Hill style. You know that once you get through the first wave of opponents, you're going to have to start that next wave with a little bit less usually. In this format, it is tournament-esque. You're playing a best of 3. It's like playing a local or online tournament where you have to win this best of 3 to do your job. And so it puts a lot of emphasis on the individual one-on-one and the matchup that you play in the moment. And speaking of, we finally got those names locked in for you for this third set. And in the moment now, we've got Coral going up against Mr. Saturn. Coral rocking the Samus last week, or I believe it was last week that they stepped in, 1-0 this season. And on the flip side, Mr. Saturn, one of the Link players in this division, having an interesting year. 4-0 so far. They've had a standout season.
Yeah, Mr. Saturn not playing the Earthbound, playing the Zelda characters. Looking for that little name mix-up, if you will. They've been playing very, very well throughout this entire year. They've been surprisingly consistent. If I remember correctly, they also play a little bit more of that passive punish style, really relying on their projectiles above anything else. And then once they've closed off all of the options, they sink in for the kill, kind of like a panther with how they hunt.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see, and that kind of comes from that Link style, right? We've seen them play Link, Young Link. We haven't seen them play Toon Link yet. In fact, the third character that they actually played way back when I think they were playing against Hawaii was Little Mac of all characters, a very different type of style, but they do like to play from range, and that's going to be interesting to see going up against a Samus, who we already saw 2 Samuses today with very different styles. One very much so based around the projectiles, specifically the charge shot. On the flip side, Zerosian, a Samus very much so based around getting the reads and reading the airspace, throwing out those forward airs, neutral airs, back airs, trying to catch jumps very frequently off of, say, softer projectiles like that down B, for example, and trying to play a little bit more of a trap-based game. What style will we see from Coral? That is the question headed into this set, because going up against a Link, you may not have as easy of a time setting up your own wall of projectiles.
Yeah. So, a little bit of insight into how the St. John teams functions. They, I think, have more 3-2 and 4-1 matches than any other team. Every single match for them goes pretty much to the wire. There's only one match they played so far this season. That is that 5-0. So I think pretty much anything we're going to get from them today is going to go down all the way to that final match mattering, where a lot of the times we see, you know, this match 3 really deciding the pace. I think we might see it go a lot deeper this time.
It's interesting that you point that out too, because you know I start these broadcasts by saying St. John's in the past couple seasons, they're so dominant in their sets. You know, they've got one of the best point differentials, best round differentials. This year, not as much the case. You know, going to sets 2, or you know, winning 3 out of 5 sets means that differential is not going to be as high as previous seasons, making the wins all the more important for the side of the Red Storm. So far, though, evenly matched between these two, but only for a moment. Wow, I think the bomb actually helped on the knockback there, interrupting that charge shot. That could have been potentially death, but the arrow's not going to block that charge shot. Coral here on the Dark Samus this time around, trying to find the stock, and they will. The bomb does not do enough to help Mr. Saturn there, and Mr. Saturn will drop their first stock of this best of 5.
And that up B, that up B from Samus, whether dark or light, normal Samus, base Samus, is so brutal. It carries into so many other things. It's such a good combo finisher, and you can see that smash power on the final hit can do a great job of confirming kills, especially against these lighter characters. The footstool almost finding a little bit more, but those charge shots on stage are going to continue adding to this damage, to this extra credit, as I don't know if they can find a kill off of this one, but this Samus can definitely continue to add pressure. And there it is. Stocks even back out, but with 70% of extra credit. I don't know that they're too terribly broken up about that one.
Still a significant lead for Coral. It's interesting, though, to see these two styles go against each other, because Mr. Saturn still has kind of an easy setup to get some kills, but so far they are struggling to kind of break through the distance here and get into that kind of early combo game, that combo game that Young Link really known for, not seemingly coming online, but still very easy to execute these high percentage plays, or at least high health plays when they come around. Coral on the flip side, though, with control of the neutral for a very long period of time here, and they might get a kill off of this. Up throw, not going to do the trick quite yet on Battlefield. The bomb won't land either. But Coral only sitting at 80%. This up throw should do it. Yup, off the top they go. Now Mr. Saturn down to their last stock here, and getting a shield break early is going to extend their lead. Do they get the full stock off of this? They're just going to charge it up. Bomb, charge shot. They don't get the follow-up. The combo was not there.
No, just not the perfect timing they needed. Opportunity was there, but not the means. Now, though, 64% on Mr. Saturn. Locked off this stage. They're going to be able to get back on. That bomb not going off quite enough to stop them. And takes them all the way to the top of the stage. Gets the kill at about 100%. So Dark Samus not having the weight necessary to survive that up B onslaught near the edge of the stage. At 30% though, Mr. Saturn does have an opportunity now to find their way. We haven't seen them go for that punish style nearly as much as they have on other characters, because Coral is doing such a good job at knocking out all of the projectiles, throwing their own projectiles, covering their own options, that Mr. Saturn isn't really able to play the game they're used to playing. Coral doing an amazing job of understanding the matchup, not just in terms of abilities, but in terms of play style.
Good grab, though, by Coral. Might be able to take the stock here. Wow, the bomb blocked the charge shot that time, but he catches all of the hits of the up smash the second time around, and Coral is going to take game number 1 of this series, and what a turnaround that was. You saw that up smash fail him earlier, but now he trusts it and is able to take game 1 with it.
I think that's a great charge shot. I don't know that they meant to really deflect the bomb and get that hit, but happy accident sets him up on the platform. It times it perfectly, waiting for that get up roll, and then that is all she wrote. Most of this game, though, happening on the edges of the stage, on those ledges, as both characters really investing a ton into those ledge guards. But both players also doing a really good job of not getting caught in a ton of ledge guards. We didn't see a ton of really offstage anything. I think only 1 or 2 kills coming from that, ledge guarding. We saw one of them right there. And as a result, I don't know that either player is really comfortable with how that game went. Neither of them really finding success in the advantages they were going for. But at the moment, Delaware certainly on top with it.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a game that, even though there is a lot of potential for edge guards, this game's going to be won in the corners, in that ledge trap scenario, where your options are a bit more limited, because both have such good ability to go through your options on that part of the stage. They can both down tilt you at ledge, cover your neutral, get up with some sort of option, be it the down Bs from both characters, and then they can both catch, roll, or jump, whichever one they think you are going to do after going through all of those moves. So playing around that ledge could be very dangerous. The problem is, on a stage like Battlefield, they could neither of them could get to the juggle game to force them to the outside. Both players here like the ability to kind of go for vertical combos, use that kind of open space to cover a lot of areas, cover those platforms, but they couldn't get them, they could get them up in the air, but they couldn't get them out. And that's why you didn't really see that ledge guard game come into play, because it was often just the stock being gone by the time it got to that portion. So we'll have to see if that becomes a factor headed forward in this series. Also, interestingly enough, to see that start on Battlefield, we normally see that start on PS2 or Town and City for that matter. I think that's where we're probably headed for game number 2, unless they want to run it back. Mr. Saturn does like Battlefield. It is a comfort pick of his that we've seen time and time again from him. So I do think the stage is also going to play a huge factor headed forward in the series.
Well, you've predicted right once again, because we're heading right back to Battlefield. Mr. Saturn being most comfortable there. I think one of the most interesting things about this game, though, and about the matchups that we're seeing, is Delaware consistently is picking matchups with, mirror matches, basically, with the same playstyle, with kind of the same energy from both players, and just seeing which one is correct. We had 2 kind of hit and run combo fiends last match. This one going with 2, zoners more than anything else. And as a result, it's creating really, really interesting play where neither character is really fit to attack the disadvantages of the other, it feels like.
Delaware saying, anything you can do, I can do better. And so far, it has not necessarily been the case, although they are up here in this particular set, 80% now to 97, but Mr. Saturn's going to get caught without a jump, and the up B fade is just not enough. Coral with another early lead here. 96% though. Mr. Saturn can take stocks relatively early with this character, but he's got to find a strong hitbox somewhere. Some sort of setup. A down tilt or a boomerang could potentially lead to something. There, the bomb into down air nearly takes the stock. And now Coral, in the world of hurt, the boomerang is not going to be able to do the trick quite yet. Forward air is going to land, but it won't be able to be followed up upon. Another forward air or forward tilt coming through. Still not enough in the tank. And despite all this pressure from Younglink, Mr. Saturn cannot find a way to take the stock. Coral is surviving up to 170, and he's still able to outspace this sword.
I mean, I think this is one of the benefits of playing a really good zoner like this against another zoner, is you can just send their game right back at them and not allow any of the kill options. Younglink famously doesn't have a kill option from range like Coral does. Coral can charge up that charge shot, and if it connects and you're 90 or above, you're dead. Meanwhile, Mr. Saturn has to find a combo off of an arrow or a boomerang and use that as their kill option. Even though they might have more options for projectiles, even though their projectile game might be better, it doesn't matter if they can't find the kill transition with it. If they can't turn one of those projectiles that they're throwing out into a move that can find a kill. That grab might do it though, and there they go, like a shooting star.
The good news for Mr. Saturn off that play too is not only does he get the stock, but he didn't really eat too much percentage off the back of that, 44%. And now look at this, he does a quick 51 thanks to that up B catch, and he's still working on this stock. Throws the boomerang, goes for it all off that up B. The bomb, oh, but the Zaire back to the stage to get around it. Boomerang's gonna interrupt that tether as well, and so Coral will have to up B back, using the Zaire a couple of times here to help space out here. Samus, or Dark Samus, also has a Zaire they could throw out. I actually think it's a little bit longer, but we have not seen Coral opt for it quite yet. There's just better options like the boomerang for Mr. Saturn, and those missiles can also cover a good distance, although they are a bit slower. Either way, it's an interesting choice and one that we'll mark for later in this set, as there's a down tilt into an up B, but Coral will survive, and that survivability coming clutch this set. Nair's gonna not do the trick quite yet. Ooh, he threw out 2 Zairs, and I don't think that's what he wanted. Does the up B get him back? Well, the bomb gets knocked out, but he got sent upward, and that's going to be a down air by Mr. Saturn. Coral's down to their last stock.
Not only last stock, but Coral's shown they can survive into this onslaught of Mr. Saturn. They only need one good hit, and Samus is packed with them. Almost finds it there, just can't quite do it. That up B on ground is honestly such a safe option. Also can't find it there. The grab sends them away. There's such a long end grab on that. But now with the bomb in their hand, can they find something? Nope, they just hold it through the shield, and that gives Mr. Saturn the chance to aggress onto them. Up air finds some more damage. Mr. Saturn still at 120. An up air from Coral, tries to find the kill. Barely, not enough. Down on the ledge, gets back faster than Coral can react. Up B in the air, does not connect, and once again, Mr. Saturn really relying on that up air. Great spot dodge, and almost 1 inch more. That would have been it, but Coral gets to survive for just one tiny bit longer. Mr. Saturn finally finding these options to lead into a kill. No way they hold it for that long. No punish comes through, and Coral and Mr. Saturn continue to trade almost back and forth. Finally, Coral evens it back out, but they're at 152, and their lease on life is ever shortening.
And now they're just saying, get Mr. Saturn off stage. I need to make plays somehow. And the off stage is where they can be made. Look at the chase down. That Nair nearly connected. If it did, that was surely the game. And all of a sudden, this is getting dangerous for both players. 101 to 150 here. Mr. Saturn makes it back. Another up B back to the stage. Coral rolls in, gets caught with all this range. Is it enough? Off the forward throw. Yes, it is. And Mr. Saturn takes this game. Wow, what a close one between he and Coral.
I think that's just Coral getting a little bit too antsy there, too eager to close it out, and they don't respect the tools that Mr. Saturn brings to the table. Getting themselves trapped in that ledge is the last thing you want at high percentage against a young Link, and Mr. Sandman able to make use of the opportunity. Coral so close to the comeback. They wanted it so much. One missed move away from completing it, and yet Smash is truly a game of inches.
A game of frames, you could say, as this one is going to be pushed to the limit. We're going to game 3 between Mr. Saturn and Coral. But my goodness, was this one close. Mr. Saturn had such a massive lead, but Coral was able to string some hits together here and bring it close. Got dangerously close on that last one. That combo, I mean, there was an opportunity for Mr. Saturn to potentially get a 2-stock swing, and that would have put St. John's at a much higher lead than they are at now, but it's still a 2-stock game with one more left to play between these two. We'll have to see where they go from here, because I don't, can't go back to Battlefield. I believe DSR is in effect, so we'll have to see where they opt to go to. Maybe they'll gentlemen's to it. We'll have to see, but it's just, again, these two, we've been talking about it a lot, how the style of these two is very similar, but they go about it in different ways. But I feel like Mr. Saturn, you saw a spark of confidence in him towards the end of that last game, where all of a sudden he started to break through, started to find some combos, started to realize, hey, Samus, once I get in with this sword, I've got a combo game that's really, really strong. He started to string hits together. And also, I think part of it was that survivability. Having the bomb while being knocked off off stage can mean that all of a sudden that momentum of some of these strong hits can be mitigated. You can use it as a recovery tool, and it's a sort of trade if it comes through in the first place, if Coral goes off stage to make that play. So we're seeing some adaptations that I'm really liking here from the side of Mr. Saturn. But Coral, if that combo game comes back online here for game number 3, Mr. Saturn better be very careful.
Yeah, I mean, there's no time as Young Link where you don't want a bomb in your hand. You know, there's so many uses for it in different situations that if you ever don't have one, you're leaving a lot of value on the table just because you have to take the frame, you know, the couple of frames, you have to take the action of pulling out that bomb, and that gives your opponent an opportunity. So anytime that you have, you know, a spare moment, pretty much the first thing any Young Link is going to do is immediately put the bomb in their hand, you know, because it can do so much. It can get you back on stage. It can, you know, stop a hard hit from being a hard hit. It can find trades. It can set up combos. It's probably the most versatile tool that any Link has in their kit, simply because it can do so many different things. As we head into game 3, the arena for the devastation is small battlefield. Not willing to go for the zone, they want to box.
Well, if you can't go to battlefield, go to the next best thing, I guess. Small battlefield for the final match between these two players. And the winner is going to put their team in the lead in this series. Could dictate the pace of the next 2 sets. Mr. Saturn, though, is in a bit of a pickle here early on. 94%. They use the bomb, but the jabs come through from Samus, and now Mr. Saturn forced to up B once again. Mr. Saturn trying to play around these kind of odd distances with that sword that does technically get outspaced, but is just faster in the first place. Now the Nair comes through. Going for that forward, still not enough. Arrow sneaks underneath the Zair there from Coral, but an uppy out of shield nearly takes the stock off of Mr. Saturn. Up air's not going to do the trick quite yet either. Bomb thrown, lands as well, and the chip damage is starting to come through. But who lands that raw kill first? It's gonna be Coral. Uppy out of shield is 2 for 2 and takes down Mr. Saturn's first stock.
You can't take the shield. You can't touch the shield. If we've learned anything today, it's that you cannot touch the shield. Mr. Saturn, devastating miss input there, gonna take him all the way down. And when you're that low, there's no coming back on not only battlefield, but as Young Link as well. Recovery does not take you that far. Mr. Saturn in very dire straits now, as Coral has an opportunity to take this one all the way to a 3 stock. We've seen how well they can survive at these high percentages, and their combo game is looking extremely good right now. And so Mr. Saturn, even though that, you know, little percentage only shows 51, they are in no way safe.
Coral just doing such a good job around the outskirts of this stage, but this grab, maybe a back throw here. Gonna set up for another edge guard, but Coral stalls out and makes it back. Rolls around that grab as well, and we're working on a potential 3 stock here. This is a bad spot for Mr. Saturn, but the up B above the ledge is gonna buy him an extra little bit of time. Maybe a chance at a dash attack here. He catches the forward air, but it's not a strong hitbox. As air comes through, down tilt, and waiting for the air dodge. The up air comes through. Mr. Saturn takes 1 off the board here. Can he get any more, though? Link, or Young Link with some rage, could do some wonders for him, but Coral very strong at getting some of these confirms as well. Jabs are gonna chip away at stock number 2, but Mr. Saturn has to play so careful now.
Yeah, they really have to rely on all those projectiles on their shield especially, but with it so low, you've got to be scared. And there's not a lot of room to really try to play around those projectiles right now. It's just so easy to close the distance on the small battlefield, and Coral really making use of that, trying to take the aerials, and a full charge shot will be that. A swing of 4 points means that Delaware now up by 2.
Delaware is in the lead against St. John's through 3 sets. The Blue Hens are looking mighty fine right now. Coral benefiting off of that SD for certain in a tightly contested matchup like this, only 33% when Mr. Saturn dies, Mr. Saturn was able to bring it back. But at the end of the day, Coral just consistent and clean, I think was the name of the game.
Yeah, I think Coral was incredibly consistent just all around with every single play they put out. And that leads them to the win. They were able to perform well on the large battlefield, well enough to really take it to those percentage changes of who's going to find that one coin flip move. We saw how even it was on battlefield. And then once it went to small battlefield, their ability to box and find those combos just a little bit cleaner. And once it starts moving your way, that can turn into a waterfall very quickly.
Yeah, and when one stock goes awry, like Mr. Saturn's SD there, it really does make the difference. As all of a sudden, it's a big swing that puts the Blue Hens in the lead. It still does mean that it is a 2-stock lead, which, as we just saw, all it takes is a 2-stock or a set win to overcome that differential. So, still anyone's game, but with 2 sets remaining here, it means that Delaware is going to have to declare who they send in for set number 4, and then St. John's will get the opportunity to counterpick. But good stuff to both of these players. Again, players that seemingly are playing a bit hotter. Coral, less time certainly here at the EGFC, but still very strong. That was win number 2 of the season for them. And Mr. Saturn, again, a player that was considered more of a depth player for the side of St. John's, with big names like Jay Grunt and Mr. L taking a lot of spotlight in the past. Jay Grunt got a lot of these, higher opponents in previous seasons, so the record doesn't reflect necessarily how strong they are. They're finally getting their chance at the spotlight. They were 4-0 entering this week. For Coral to take them down, that's a big, big win for the Blue Hens.
Yeah, that's not... If you're Coral there, you've got to be feeling good. Anytime you break a streak, it is nice to be able to, say that I did this, that's on my end. I can perform at that level. Not only did I send it through, but I was able to send it through against a player that good and that strong. Speaking of Mr. L, though, guess who we've got coming up next? The return of the legend themselves.
Mr. L gonna step in 2-0 so far this season. We have not seen him all that frequently, and we'll have to see how he does in this set. In previous seasons, again, not as consistent of a player, but when he steps in, he's such a huge X factor. 3-0 in Season 2, 6-1 in Season 3, and a huge reason why St. John's was able to make that huge postseason run in their conference playoffs and reach their conference grand finals. On the flip side of that, we get to see Houdini, I believe, stepping in on the Yoshi for the side of Delaware, and Yoshi's a different character overall, just plays so differently than the rest of the cast, and has a very interesting matchup against a combo-heavy Pikachu. Yoshi's defense is always going to be an X factor, and the way Houdini plays around it could mean that, either Mr. L, look, I'll say it like this. Pikachu has the ability to run away with a lot of games, but if he makes one small misstep, the defense of a character like Yoshi could absolutely blow this game wide open.
Yeah, when we've seen already how insanely brutal all of the defenses that Yoshi has from this player before. Their Yoshi is insane, using that egg, throwing out the eggs, getting the eats as well, especially against a lighter character like Pikachu. If you can take away a lot of that speed with some of those snipes on the egg throws, you give yourself a huge advantage. A lot of Yoshi's moves also fast enough to keep up with the little yellow rat sometimes, while packing a tad bit more of a punch.
So far, things relatively even off the start here. Just about 30 seconds into the match. Forward smash is going to land, but Houdini will be able to make it back to stage. Some armor on some of Yoshi's moves will help him in that combo game as well, being able to jump out a lot more. Mr. L's going to have to really think about some of these combos, but so far, wow, trading, I've never seen that. That was such an odd clank that ended up working in his favor. He hit the forward air on the neutral B, which extended the hitbox and got that extra bit of damage onto Mr. L. Up smash, going to be very dangerous. We saw, I believe it was Connor Sanders for the side of Mississippi State, made great use of that move as an out-of-shield option time and time again. Down B, also very important, a potential shield break option if Mr. L gets caught holding his own ground for too long. Nair gonna knock them away, and look at this percentage, dead even right now. Another back air gonna be landed here on the opening stocks of these two characters. Run up smash, ran too far. Houdini holding on, neutral B, not going to be able to do so here. Taking this first stock could be everything for either of these players, and Houdini is looking to take it here. Can't get this edge guard. Do they find the Nair? Not enough. Forward air won't land either. 126 to 136. Dashing underneath. Dash attack won't do the trick, but the Houdini Nair is just so strong.
Yeah, and we are leading up into very high percentages and times for these characters without finding a kill. Both of these characters so light and hard hitting. It's a wonder that we haven't seen anything yet, and not from lack of trying. Finally, dash attack from Mr. L comes through and grabs the kill. Both players doing such a good job with their spacing, such a good job, going blow for blow with each other, that neither is really able to find enough of an advantage to go for a kill move. Eventually, the percentages just trended higher enough that they didn't have to go for a standard kill move. They got to throw off the Pikachu dash attack in order to take it. Now, Mr. L, with a little bit more momentum, using it quickly, and immediately shut down by Houdini.
Yoshi Nair breaking through and taking that stock off the board. And I was going to say, one of the things about Mr. L that, in particular, from the sets we've seen here at EGFC, a lot of them are a little bit closer, 1 stocks, 2 stocks apiece, but he's been very consistent about getting the W, and part of it is because he's able to survive for so long. Give this light mouse extra time to get those combos and find ways to kill. That being said here, still 2 stocks apiece. Houdini at 100 now. Grabbed and thrown off stage. Still has his jump. Up B's, throws the egg. Now the jump, and he won't use the ledge. He'll just get back to stage very threateningly. Mr. L not quite ready to respond to it, and so Houdini will make it back. Another down throw being used here. And Mr. L using this down throw instead of that up throw. He knows he's looking for those defensive options. He's baiting in and waiting to see what Houdini will do. He's just making note of that for later in this set, and he's able to get an up smash to, I believe that was, to take stock number 2 off of Houdini.
Yeah, I think, pretty much across the field for Delaware, there's so much more willing to kind of slow down the pace of these matches. And this one, it's weird to say that it's slowed down because it is truly just blow for blow. Issue is both players are controlling their movement so well and controlling their combos so well that neither of them really able to build up that momentum to try to turn this into a runaway. It's like watching 2 trains collide head on, and it just manages to go in slow motion through your mind almost. Mr. L now, right, starting to grab a little bit more of that momentum. That down smash, such a good kill move, but it doesn't launch in the right direction. Houdini at 130 needs to survive. Just that tad bit more. 150 now. Mr. L, one little drag down, one little forward smash, one little forward air is all they need. Can the grab do it? No, not quite. Throws him off at 175. I don't think I've ever seen a Yoshi live this long, but the launch angles just aren't their way. Up air, can't quite do it. The DI is too good. Houdini will not die. They're gonna magic trick their way out of this box if they ever done anything else. 199 on the board for the little pale dinosaur right now. And finally, the up throw sends them away.
Dev, can we get a replay of that last stock? Did we see Yoshi blink in terror as he got grabbed? Look at his eyes as he gets grabbed here. Watch, the pummel goes away. Oh no.
He closes the eyes. He knows what's coming.
The up throw that comes from, look at the face of Pikachu too. No emotion on that face. Just get out of here, dinosaur. This is my stage. This is PS2. I'm on my home turf here in game number 1. And Mr. L able to take that first game.
I love the Yoshi blinking once and then just closing their eyes and accepting their fate. Like, is it coming? Oh, no, okay. Oh, here, okay. I understand now. And just up through the stars they go. Up deep into the clouds, and they are not coming back down. I don't think little Yoshi can float their way out of that one. Oh, what a brutal last stop.
No, not quite. But that's something that Mr. L does very well. You know, we talk about adaptations through a set. He turns that switch faster than I think almost anyone in the EGFC. It doesn't take a game or a set for him to adapt. It takes half a set. It takes a stock for him to say, okay, I can't get away with this anymore, or okay, this isn't working. Let me change things up. And he realized, hey, Houdini's option out of shield right now is that Nair. If I can get around that, we've got a whole world of combos that we can explore here. And he was able to do that. All of a sudden, spacing around that Nair gave him so many openings. How many grabs did he get? And a grab on Yoshi doesn't seem like much because of the jump armor that Yoshi has, but he was very aware of that off the start. And the fact that he was able to get so many grabs means that Houdini's getting caught jumping and nairing a little bit too frequently. He's got to mix up those defensive options, and he's got to be able to keep track of where this Pikachu is going, because Mr. L's movement is on point right now.
Well, speaking of home field advantage, we're sending it. Yoshi's sending it to Yoshi's. We're going to have very, very small blast zones coming right for you, especially that upper blast zone. So we need to be very, very careful of that Yoshi. The little tail whip on the up tilt can be devastating on this stage, as well as offering really, really good options to kind of play for that ledge guard compared to a lot of other stages. It's going to be extraordinarily interesting. I think we see a completely different pace than we saw on PS2.
Seeing that up tilt that you mentioned come out a couple times, it's also a good out of shield option for Houdini in a matchup like this. Could be interesting to see if that's the kind of go-to now instead. Now you're seeing more and more of these up tilts landed. The big thing about triplats is the potential to extend some of these juggles and combos, but right now Houdini hasn't been able to get too much after these up tilts, just simple up tilts and up airs, but he will be able to stuff out this recovery from Mr. L if he's able to keep track of it. Easier said than done against the quick attack, but Nair and back air trading, wow, that one nearly going in Houdini's favor. That up air just barely missing. What a grab there. What kind of hitbox was that tongue at? That was crazy. Houdini able to get that grab, but now double neutral B into a grab of their own. And Mr. L waiting again off of that down throw, waiting to see where they go, just holding center stage because of it. And it's up to Houdini to break through here. Now Houdini with center stage, but he throws out the back air, and it's going to get beat out by the small hitbox that is Pikachu. Able to sneak underneath. Back to center stage they go, and the battle for stage control is everything, but the down air is going to sneak through and take the first stock.
Yeah, and that's exactly why they wanted this stage right here. Houdini knows that they can really abuse that upper blast zone with it being so tiny. Down air, a great move, but there, a little bit of misinput, I think, takes them down the stage with no chance of recovery. And so we're right back at 0-0 at 2 stocks with 5 minutes left in the match, or left in the game, rather. As Houdini looks really, really confident on this Yoshi's story with really good understanding of how to juggle up on these platforms, with their own medicine getting used against them there. Mr. L finds that up air train and almost takes it all the way. Just one little bit keeps Houdini alive. Great foreigner there, looking for more. Good shield, just barely can't find that down air. That would have been brutal.
Ooh, you saw Mr. L had the read there, but he did it too early. The roll came late from Houdini, and now things relatively even in terms of this percentage, but Mr. L is really trying to track down where Houdini is jumping from. He's realizing, hey, Houdini's holding this jump for a really long time, and that fade on that jump is really easy to react to. So he's starting to play a little bit more passive once he's got the advantage, and it's actually doing him wonders there as he knows that that jump was being held, got the drag down in air, but he wasn't able to find the up smash. But now this is a lot of rage on this Yoshi. One strong hit would likely kill Pikachu here. So Mr. L's got to be very careful about these hitboxes that he's throwing out. There's another use of that jump. The late nair, though, gonna beat out everything and send Mr. L away. Mr. L's got stage control back, though. 160 now on Houdini. Grab, is this an up throw? Yes, it is. Takes the last stock of game number 1, takes the second stock of game number 2.
I'm talking about rage. Mr. L almost found a kill there off of a nair on Pikachu. You know, such big power off of such a tiny hit. Now, though, needs to find their way back on the stage. Thunderjolt's doing a good job of it. Dash attack, though, going to connect. And we're right back at 1 stock to 1 stock, almost even percentages. This truly is 2 trains going full force head to head. No stopping on either of them. Just trying to go right through the other. Houdini trying to find more. Mr. L, they've got the chain. Can they find the Thunderbolt? No, they cannot. Dropped off the egg off the side. Not going to be able to find a kill off it, but he's going to be able to find some extra damage. Thunderjolt's coming through as they try to get right back onto the stage. Huge up air. Can't continue it through. And Houdini just barely hanging on to life through all of these different combos.
Very close. Wow, got around that down B as well, but an up throw from that top platform, nearly able to take the stock, threatening this up air, but the down B gonna break through once more. 87% here for Mr. L to the 133 of Houdini. But the battle for stage control continues once more. Both jump in, but the back air is going to beat out Houdini's option. Mr. L, gotta be very careful here. One strong hit could do the trick here. Forward air, knocking Houdini off stage once more. Up B's again, sells his jump. They'll be able to grab the ledge just in time. Nair not going to be able to find this Pikachu quite yet. Mr. L playing patient. Spot dodge around that up smash was everything. He saw the dash in and reacted appropriately, but Houdini low, air dodges back. The roll there is able to get around Mr. L, but how many of these up airs can he really survive? Maybe the next one would do the trick, but the down B trades. Who died first? It was Houdini. Mr. L takes game 2, takes the 4th set, and the Red Storm are back in the lead.
Well, we talked about how many 3 and 2s that, you know, St. John's has put up, more than almost any other team. Definitely the least 5 and 0s of any team in the EGF. Their one little exchange does it, and Houdini goes out first. All you gotta do is stay in bounds longer than your opponent. Mr. L managing to hit the DI to do exactly that there. And so going into game 5, we're gonna see yet another 3 and 2 differential here for the Red Storm. Delaware, more backed up against the wall than they ever have been before in the EGF.
A very close set this was, though. Mr. L able to clutch it out, but Houdini made him work for it, getting that nair to bring it down to 1 stock apiece. And I sincerely think that this down B would have killed Mr. L. He's holding forward on that forward air. He's drifting back as that down B hits him, but he's very close to going up to that top blast zone. And we are getting word from our producer because of the magnifying glass coming into play there. Pikachu probably would have died off of that down B, at least by the sound of it. And plus, with all the rage that Yoshi had on such a strong move, on a light character, all those factors adding up to it, probably would have died. But the fact that it was off the top instead of off the side like Yoshi died, that death animation is going to take a little bit longer dying off the top, and maybe that's what came into play in that moment. So either way, Mr. L is going to get the win here in back-to-back 1 stocks and extend St. John's lead now 12-9 our scoreline entering our 5th and final set here. But the most important factor is that St. John's has to select their player first, and Delaware gets the counter pick.
Yeah, it almost feels not great sometimes to win, that 4th set going into the 5th set, because you have to pick first now. You get counterpicked. That's why we talk time and time again of how important game number or set number 3 is. If you're gonna win any set number 3 is the way to do it. 1 and 3 are the best places to be, because those set you up to counterpick on game or on set 5, which is where everything is always going to be decided. If you win the initial set, you win set 3. If you're just trading them back and forth, well, what does that leave you with,
Always good to have that extra cushion if you can, and always good to walk away with a set win. But the problem is, this is the difficulty of the format. You got to play with the cards you're dealt, and so far, St. John's, it's been nail-bitingly close a lot of the time, but this time around, this last member has to go up against, well, whoever Delaware then sends in next. And that matchup could go any which way here. I believe we're still waiting to see. We do have those members locked in here. EJJ is going to be going up against Emba, and EJJ, well, if there was one player you could have in this 5th slot for the side of St. John's, it would be EJJ. This monkey, Diddy Kong, has been on fire. 8-0 this season. Last year, he was the standout. 11-4. This is a dangerous player for the side of St. John's, stepping into the ring in the 5th and final match.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. That 8-0, that's not close. That's not close. EJJ has rolled every single game they've been in. They have not faced a ton of resistance yet. If there is an anchor to have on your team, it's right here, right now. But they're up against Emba, who has shown good stuff. EJJ already wanting to take that aggression. Dash attacks already being thrown out. Trying to fight against the speed that Squirtle brings. The combo game is there for Emba. 50% added up. Might see a switch to Ivysaur soon, but no, wants to keep going with a little bit more. EJJ here actually not able to go with the classic aggressiveness that we've seen due to the way that Emba's pressuring them.
The biggest things that we've seen about EJJ and this Diddy Kong is that it is all about that banana. The gameplay around that item, I mean, it's always a factor when you see Diddy Kong on screen, but he almost seems dependent on it at times. And the fact that Emba's able to catch it or have control of it for numerous positions throughout the early game here, it's a very good sign that Emba's done his homework and he knows what he needs to do to help mitigate the damage that EJJ can do. And he's hanging around on the Squirtle for so long, but what a sneaky switch that was to the Ivysaur, pulling out the trigger on that up smash or up air, seemingly out of nowhere. He hung on to Squirtle for so long. That was such a cheeky play.
Oh, talk about fighting fire with fire. Emba, Squirtle main on the Pokemon Trainer. We've seen them, play that aggressive combo game on the Squirtle, twice so far, and they've been absolutely insane on it. I was personally, the first time I saw them, amazed to see this lad playing Squirtle the way that they do, because there's just nothing like it on Pokemon Trainer. You see most Pokemon trainers favoring, Ivysaur mostly, and then Charizard for the kill confirms. Emba really, really confident in their Squirtle over everything else, which goes back to that matchup experience. How many Squirtles have you fought on this level? The answer is none, because no Pokemon trainer relies on them nearly as much as Emba does.
It's always interesting to see when Pokemon trainers on screen, how each Pokemon trainer plays each Pokemon. You have such range, different play styles you can go through, and the proficiency level of each Pokemon is also noteworthy for each member. And for Emba to have this strong of a Squirtle, it makes the matchup even more difficult, because these big bodies that EJJ could potentially get a lot of mileage out of, like the Ivysaur and specifically like this Charizard, all of a sudden their time on the field is less and less, and the forward tilt is going to take stock number 2 off of EJJ. Emba still on their first stock, and this Ivysaur with Rage could kill Diddy Kong very quickly, especially if all of these hits are starting to land. Huge forward air there to kind of break through the momentum that Emba has, but it's going to lead to an up B, and that's going to be the stock. Emba in game 1, 3 stocks EJJ.
EJJ's never lost a set, much less been 3 stocked that convincingly. Emba absolutely coming out swinging. Talk about having an anchor, talk about fighting fire with fire, and talk about playing exactly the right way at the right time. Emba absolutely turning EJJ's style of play right back on them. And EJJ, this monkey has no answer to it right now. I've literally never seen EJJ played up against that strongly, or really played up against at all for the past 8 games that we've seen them in. This is the first resistance that I really think they've ever had to fight against in the EGF.
I mean, they were 11-4 last year, but some of those losses were to some of the top players in the league. In fact, one of those losses, I think, was to UTA in that Eastern Conference final, and everyone on that roster it feels like a professional. To see Emba here, who is, again, relatively new to the EGFC format, just roll through a player that normally rolls through the EGFC. I mean, we gotta acknowledge that this is a player. EJJ averages roughly 7 points a game. That means they're getting a 3 stock almost every single set. That's what they're averaging, is nearly 7 points a game. It is absurd what EJJ has done here. For Emba to come out and 3 stock them in game number 1, that is a whole nother level, and it's terrifying for EJJ to now go against, because all of a sudden, Diddy Kong going up against this level of Pokemon trainer, when you don't have to play to that character's disadvantages at times, like, it is a whole nother world of hurt that EJJ has to now fight through. And I think the biggest key is you gotta treat this battle like you're fighting a Pikachu, because you gotta find a way to hit this Squirtle. The Squirtle cannot get away with how much they got away with in that first game.
I think having a competent Squirtle, especially that competent of a Squirtle, is huge, not only for the matchup reason, but because of the snowball that Squirtle can create. Squirtle's biggest problems are they're easy to hit, they got a nice, big circle for their hitbox, and they are incredibly light. But their moves, they hit wide, they're fast, they combo, they do everything you want to do. They're just a glass cannon. And so if you can just continue the pressure and never get hit, then there's no downside to Squirtle. There's no time you ever have to pull off the trigger. There's no time you ever have to slow it down and go for a change. If you can keep the momentum on as Squirtle, all of those disadvantages, they disappear.
Small battlefield to pick for game number 2. One that EJJ is certainly comfortable on. We see him go to the stage very frequently as well. But this is also kind of that neutral ground of a lot of players. When they don't see PS2 on the menu, they go to here. It's either here or Town and City, and on a matchup like this, you gotta feel like small battlefield is a little bit better suited. When your back's against the wall, go with the comfort pick. EJJ trying to make it work here, but Emba, the combo game, quickly puts him in the percent lead for now. EJJ still looking to find something. Nair's gonna land, but he gets quickly knocked away once more. Banana in hand for Emba. Charged up, down smash, covering all those options. Ivysaur now on the field, potentially an edge guard set up here, but there's the Nair into the down air. Emba getting too aggressive and gets called out for it.
I've never seen EJJ play like this. They're still playing it aggressive, but the pace has been tuned down so much. The precision from EJJ turned up to 11. Emba trying to match it the best they can, but EJJ just feels like they're too comfortable on this stage right now. Emba all the way up at 98% already. It's dangerous to stay on this Squirtle, but this is what their game plan is to stay on the Squirtle and use this option more than anything else. EJJ's been using these bananas too expertly, and there it is! The up smash slams them! And do we see a 3-stock response?
Remember what I said earlier. Anything you can do, I can do better. EJJ's trying to live up to that sentiment right now, but it is still a dangerous spot here. This is still Pokemon Trainer. There's a lot of kill options here for both of these players, especially at this high of a percentage. But EJJ here, low, maybe, no, he'll flip back to stage here instead. Haven't seen too many of those side Bs come through. Dash attack from Ivysaur won't do the trick quite yet, and at 160, he'll charge up the forward smash. Low recoveries are so dangerous for EJJ to go for. There's so many hitboxes that Ivysaur can throw out that could potentially interrupt that recovery. No 3-stock on the board there, as they'll be able to take that first stock and the switch back to Squirtle for the low percent plays.
So any win here will win the game, or at least set up for a win. At this point, points don't really matter. It's just whoever wins this best of 3 wins the game for their team. Both anchors playing the best they possibly can. Their team's hopes and dreams on the line. Emba now at 123 switches to the Ivysaur, and that little phase keeps them alive through that off-stage pressure. They have 2 stocks to go through on EJJ, and they need to put in a lot of work very quickly. They need to somehow find that mix of playing it aggressive enough to force EJJ into a mistake while still trying to play it safe. And Ivysaur definitely has those tools. They've got good projectiles, they've got range, they've got disjoints, and they've got that amazing little combo setup that you just saw right there. But at 150, that up smash that we've seen before can be brutal, but not when you throw them out that far. No chance of recovery. Great aggression, quickly rewarded for Emba. And now EJJ on the last stock their team has to offer if they don't get this kill.
150, make that nearly 160 here. EJJ, we haven't seen something like up tilt used from him, but the banana peel into down smash will do the trick. It got a little close to the end, but at the end of the day, it's a JV2 for EJJ, and St. John's are pushing us to game number 3 here. It was an emphatic start to the game, but once the pace slowed down, Emba found ways back in. So now the question is, where do we go for game number 3? Because it feels like now it is anyone's game. Emba, the minute he got called out for being a little too aggressive, EJJ was all over it. You saw it on that very first stock. Even here with the Squirtle, getting pressure on that shield doesn't matter. Your Squirtle at 128. What are you doing? Up smash dies off the top here. And eventually Emba finds this forward smash, but it took till 160 on the first stock for it to be back down to even. So it feels like this early game is really going to set the tone. And the early game, we've seen swing back and forth between these two. Is there an X factor or game style that you're preferring here as we get ready for game number 3?
I'm preferring whatever map people feel most comfortable on. I feel like this one gets won or lost in stage selection. You know, we've talked about before how important that stage selection is. We've talked about before the shape that it can, how it can affect the game. There, we saw exactly that. That turned a 3-stock into a 1-stock victory because that is EJJ's stage. That's where they feel the most comfortable. With this, though, no one gets the advantage because it's PS2. We're going right back to the neutral stage. EJJ got 3-stock there initially, and we want to see it go right back. That is where Emba feels the most comfortable.
Home field advantage in theory here for Emba, but it's not going to matter. We'll have to see who comes out on top here. Winner of this gets the win for their school this week. Comes down to this third and final game in set number 5. Emba on the Pokemon Trainer, EJJ on the Diddy Kong for one last ride between these two. Who comes out on top? This early game so important. EJJ got off to a hot start in game number 2, but Emba had such a strong start in game number 1. That 3 stock has got to be lingering in the back of EJJ's mind, but he's got to push it out. He's got to find a way to fight through here and get rid of this Squirtle to get his combo game going here. So far, so good. 43 quickly racked up, but here comes Emba. Look at this combo. Back-to-back grabs and an early up B used. Not going to be able to find much off the back of it.
Yeah, this game considerably more even in percentage than we saw that first time. EJJ much more comfortable here. They've got that banana out and they're ready to use it. Already pulling up dividends for them. And out once again, bounces off the shield. Can't find anything there. Not willing to really pressure that shield more than necessary. But there's that banana slip right into the smash attack. And Emba at 117, but not willing to switch off this Squirtle quite yet. They run it based on what their opponent's percentage is at, rather than their own.
It's an interesting game plan from Emba. One that is very double-edged sword. At these low percents, you can see the Squirtle do a lot of work, but they also will die very early at their own percent right now. But this time around, they're going to get caught by the down tilt. The up smash does not kill, though. Now that they're the mid-range percent, or EJJ is, for example, you're seeing the Ivysaur. The up B comes through, but it's not going to be able to take the stock quite yet. This Ivysaur is so threatening, especially when EJJ is at disadvantage. The barrels can be interrupted by just about anything. Side Bs, neutral Bs, up Bs, anything, you name it. Any hitbox on EJJ could lead to his demise. The monkey flip now going to land on the Charizard now that you see these percentages in the red. But who will land that first killing blow? So many quick options here for both of these characters to potentially get this stock. But with a heavy body like Charizard, you have to wonder how many will it take. Get up attack, though, is going to knock him away for now. But there it is, the banana peel into the up tilt, and down goes Emba's first stock.
Talk about how much slower this game is compared to that first two. Took 2 minutes for the first stock to get taken after this time, as EJJ has really slowed down the pace, and Emba having to fight into it, having a lot harder time. There we see them, they've got the banana peel themselves, looking for the setup with it. They need to find the kill move. EJJ takes it right away though. No taste of their own medicine today. As they look for a little bit more, they're stuck at this 120, but Emba doesn't look like they have a really good option to get in on this monkey. As EJJ is doing a really good job of making sure they're playing this space and trying to get that first aggression in and during any neutral interaction.
Back throw, not going to do it quite yet. Even with rage, not sure it would have killed there. Good down tilt though. Emba's at 77 here. And he's got stage control. EJJ surviving on this stock. Everything he gets here is gravy on top. Remember the end of that second game when all of a sudden EJJ was sitting at, or Emba was sitting at 150 plus. And it was so much easier for EJJ to find a way to take a stock. And speaking of, he finds one here. Down tilt into up smash. Does find a way to kill the Squirtle. And Emba's onto their last stock. And this game suddenly looking a whole lot more like game 2 than game 1. And all these hits are starting to really rack up here. That Nair won't connect. And Emba took 56 from that one string. Now the side B will land. Emba gets back to stage with his tether cancel. And he's able to take the stock with the forward air. Switch back to Squirtle here, but does he risk it all on this Squirtle? 71%, and this Squirtle has died very early on each of these stocks, but he gets the grab off of that banana throw, and now trading of down tilts, but every trade is going to go in EJJ's favor. Emba's got to play so carefully here. He gets a back throw, and a switch to Ivysaur.
Not so fast, EJJ, on these combos, on this aggression. Emba's pulled comebacks before. Even at percentages like this, we almost saw them complete it last time. EJJ only at 2 stocks. They don't have as much as the buffer as they want, but they do have a banana! And that will do it! EJJ closes it out for their team. They keep the dream alive, and they get the win. Delaware cannot complete. They find their first loss, now down to only a 60% win rate off of their 3 matches. EJJ playing an insane game and keeping their win streak alive.
Very tough battle between these two schools. down to the wire, but EJJ, after getting 3-stocked in game number 1, said, okay, hold on, let's bring this back. Hold my drink. I'm back and ready to play. Came back-to-back wins in that final set against Emba, but what a nail-biter between these two, both giving it their all here in Week 11. But it was EJJ being the difference maker in that 5th and final set, getting the win for St. John's by a final score of 17-12. And I believe we'll have the chance at an interview with one of the players after a short intermission. So don't touch the dial now. We're just getting started here at the EGFC.
Though we are many, we are part of something. A force. Bigger than all of us. Our distinct fingerprints collectively shaping and forever changing what makes UConn, UConn. Forever making our mark. Forever making UConn a part of us.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the EGFC. Unfortunately, we don't have the time to get that last interview in because the next set is already underway. But remember, that is St. John's getting the victory 17-12 over Delaware. Congratulations to the Red Storm. and we'll see them next week for their next matchup, along with the Delaware Blue Hens. But we're jumping right into our third and final set of the day, and it's going to be a really fun one. University of Hawaii getting into a battle here with the University of Connecticut, the Huskies. They've already played their first set, and those players, Vu versus Pace, Vu took the opening set with a total of 5 points here. So it's a 5-0 lead as we get ready for set number 2 between these two teams.
And I think this one should be incredibly interesting. Hawaii probably has one of the biggest support structures in all of the EGF. Their, coaches are all insane. Dirk Musician, friend of the show, consistent guest, does amazing work for them. And the UConn Huskies, also an amazing school to see what they can do. And more than that, we're not seeing just a little bit of difference in Rainbow Warriors versus the Huskies, that coastal style versus the Islander style. We're seeing time zone differences in style because these teams are on the other ends of the earth.
Literally. I mean, it is a long distance between these two, but matchups that you don't get to often see are the name of the game at the EGF as we get ready for this battle here. Cozy Wrath versus Malona for our second set of the night here between these two schools. Cozy Wrath rocking the Shulk, Malona rocking the Robin. And Malona, an interesting player, last week they were the anchor for Hawaii in their duel against UTA that came down to the wire. Malona 6-0 until that game. They failed to take down, I believe it was Army Ollie in the 5th and final set. But other than that, one scratch. They've been playing fantastic Smash so far this season. Cozy Wrath on this Shulk, certainly going to have their work cut out for them.
To be honest, is losing to Army Ollie even really that big of a scratch? Like, I feel like if there's anyone you're gonna lose to be like, oh yeah, that's my one loss. Army Ollie's not a bad person to choose. Malona here doing a great job managing these resources that is offered by Robin. Especially that Levin sword can be so brutal, especially since it gives you, those aerial smash attacks, just those huge launches that can really contest with what a Shulk is going to bring to the table in both range and just excessive power. Malona making a really good use of their shield there as Cozy trying to find their way in, going to end up with a grab, contesting Malona's use of that shield as Malona has to play a little bit softer right now, waiting for that Levin sword to come back. Finally does, which means they can go on the attack, looking for that kill option, and Fair will do it! Consistent move off of the Robin, and Malona knows how to use it like no other.
First stock off the board here. Smash Art going to be burned as well. Cozy Wrath going to have to search for something else to be used to take Malona's first stock here. But Levin Sword also nearly gone. Look at the management here of all the resources Robin has. Malona doing a good job of keeping everything still usable despite all the bars being low. And now look at all this damage that's starting to come online. Cozy Wrath is almost at 100%. They're nearly dead off of that forward air. A side B going to be used. Down smash won't be able to catch Cozy Wrath quite yet, but the next aerial will catch Malona. Down goes Cozy Wrath's second stock, and Malona will die to a forward throw with Smash Art. 2-1 now in stock count, and Cozy Wrath with a long road back to bring this back.
Yeah, I feel like Malona is pretty okay with that stock loss. They've got a lot to say for it. And they made a lot of progress on getting, this Husky sent back to the pound. Good use there of the jab combo, ending it with that arc fire. Adds a lot of damage to the end, while also getting some good smashing while trying to find that ledge guard. Arcfire in it to another forward air with that Levin sword, continues this damage. Range out on Cozy as now Malona, the next 8 seconds, is in a little bit of a vulnerable position. With Buster, Cozy can make some work from it. Bronze sword coming out clutch though. Malona looking for a little bit more. Arcfire into back air. Goodbye Cozy, and hello to another game win for the Rainbow Warriors.
Tack another one onto the board. That makes 2 game wins, or at least 3 game wins, I should say, in total now for Hawaii, continuing this shutout so far. But Still, time for Cozy Wrath to potentially adapt in this set. Still, Malona looked very strong, and honestly, when I think about Robins now, I start to think about a lot of the Robins in the EGF having a lot of success, and I think about players like N from Colorado last year who had really pop-off seasons, and Malona, I think, playing similar yet different. Obviously, when you play Robin, there's going to be some stuff that you do very similarly, but Malona, I think, willing to box a little bit more and still has that same level of resource management, whereas and it was about, finding that one opening, that one combo. Malona says, I'll just take the chip damage here and there as long as I can trap you in the late game.
Yeah, I feel like it's a bit of a transition in the EGF with our kind of premier Robin players. I feel like Malona has kind of taken that mantle when N once had it and changed the game of what Robins can expect. Before, it was really, that one combo that sent it through, that one arc fire into the one, Levin sword, and we're good to go. Whereas Malona, on the other hand, they're like, look, I've got the tools. I'm gonna use them. And every single one comes out, every single one puts in that damage, and they just continue that pressure and momentum forward and forward and forward and forward. For them, it doesn't even matter, do I have the Levin sword to complete this combo? They see an arrow that they can go and get, and they see chance to add on even more damage and put on even more pressure, and they're taking it every single time.
And they were able to get a full 2-stock victory out the back of it, but this was one of the switches I was just about to mention. Cozy Wrath's got a whole palette of characters that he can opt to change between. The Shulk is the tried and true, but in the past we've seen Pyramithra, Dark Samus, Palutena, and now add the Roy to that list. And Roy, in theory, the speed of this character, the damage that they can do, how quickly they can potentially take stocks, should be very helpful. On the other hand, that recovery is a whole lot more susceptible, and getting those traps that Malona loves to secure stocks could be, in theory, even easier. So he's playing into that double-edged sword mentality. Can Cozy Wrath come out on top? So far, the answer is no. The side B into the up smash is an easy follow-up 1-2. Malona takes the first strike.
Yeah, and don't forget, with, that recovery being a little bit rougher, with that off stage not really being Roy's strength, Malona's got that Elwind in their pocket, ready, to find a quick, easy meteor, whatever they really need to, as well as this arc fire to kind of delete a lot of the aggression that Cozy wants to bring out. There, nice, strong hit on the hilt to punish Malona, getting a little bit too overconfident. Arc fire into up smash once again, looks for more, not gonna find it. Landing from Cozy just a little bit too clean. Huge grab. But again, Cozy Wrath is coming out with these quick aerials to really kind of negate a lot of the aggression that Malona wants to put out. There, though, getting Royed. The recovery, not quite enough, and Malona 1 stock ahead.
1 stock ahead, and could mean a lot in a set like this. Another forward air comes through. That counter being used early. Wow, down smash caught there, and all of a sudden Cozy Wrath in a world of hurt, 73%. Roy with all this rage could be dangerous, but Malona is only at about 50. That up air is not going to do the trick quite yet. There goes the Levin sword. So in theory, should be able to survive a little bit longer here with all that power offline, but it will quickly come back here. In fact, it's almost back. These forward smash is not going to do the trick quite yet. Now all of the resources in the tank. How do you get back off this ledge? The answer is you can't. Thought he'd grab the ledge and roll, but instead it's an air dodge. And unfortunately for Cozy Wrath, he falls in game 2. Tack another 2 points on for Malona.
I love seeing that. Something I want to point out about Malona's play is how brave they are going for those arc fires. That is a long frame move. That's got like 32 frames of lag or something ridiculous on the back end of it. And yet, no fear from them. Willing to just send it right up to the face of their opponent, throw it out, grab the combo. There at the end, trying to get that, bread and butter Robin combo, the arc fire into Thorin to completely cover the ledge. Cozy tries to find their way around it, and all that does is lead them into a pit. Gotta pick your poison there, sadly, going up against that type of Robin combo. Next up, though, my favorite player in the EGF. I don't want to play. Not my job to play favorites as caster, but this one is my favorite. It's Thermalax.
Thermalax, who's been rocking the King Dedede since day one, going to be stepping into the ring here. 5-1 this season. Took their first loss to UTA just last week, so they've also been playing pretty hot so far this season. We didn't really get to see them till the end of season 3 when they made their first appearance really in the playoffs, and it was kind of a wild card, like, Hawaii, what are you doing throwing in these players who haven't played at this portion of the season yet? And Thermalax stunning everybody, getting a lot of wins and helping Hawaii in that playoff push, get to the conference finals, get to the postseason, and they were one game away from making it out of their pool and making it into that top 7 bracket. So Hawaii, a very high ceiling overall, and Thermalax, a big reason why. But speaking of having a high ceiling, UConn, they've kind of found a new ceiling this season, because we were talking about it off stream. Last year, this team was 2-14. They had a lot of forfeits. They didn't have as many players as they'd like, week in, week out. We weren't really sure what this team could bring to the table. They're 6-4 right now with some big wins. They've been one of the teams to upset William and Mary. They've also kept it close with a lot of other teams. I mean, this is a new level for them, and to see where they can go from here, it's a huge opportunity if they can compete with the likes of an 8-2 Hawaii squad.
Oh, you want to know who a lot of that can be given to, and a lot of what that change can really be owed to? It's Utopia. Player they got coming out right now, they're a Ganondorf player, so kind of taking heavy to heavy here, and they have no fear with this Ganondorf. Both of these players incredibly hyped, both of them incredibly confident, and neither really willing to back down from a challenge. Both of these players, time and time again, have injected huge energy into their team with incredibly hyped plays, amazing comebacks, and honestly, I don't really know that there is too many better, third set, fourth set players to pull out other than Utopia and Thermalax. These are the two players that you want changing the energy and kind of changing the fate for your team into something that, ends up with a win.
Utopia, by the way, has the best record on UConn so far this season, 8-1 on the Ganondorf, and it's been exclusively Ganondorf when he's stepped into the ring. But he is, I think, one of the top performers, one of the big names that you look at when you see this UConn squad. Now, Ganondorf, obviously, one of these characters that is, as a heavy, you still play all those heavy combo ability, and they're too slow. They're not going to be able to struggle. But Utopia makes it work because Ganon hits like a truck. And like many of the characters, like many of the heavies, the fact that you only need to win 2 or 3 neutral interactions to then get to a kill percent with this character makes this character even more threatening. And in a matchup against Thermalax's King Dedede, it's going to be a very different style than we're used to, but it feels like at the end of the day, it is going to be very fast-paced because Ganon does have options to deal with the Gordo. He's got many big hitboxes to knock that Gordo back. Now, a lot of it's committal, a lot of it's heavy, and that could be something Thermalax could jump on. But if the Gordo hits Thermalax, it's not just going to be, however much damage Gordo does, somewhere between 10 and 20. It's going to be more like 30 when that Gordo hits.
Yeah, and Thermalax consistently has kind of bullied a lot of the characters that we would consider, high-tier Smash characters, coming at you fast, coming at you light, coming at you smooth. Thermalax traditionally has bullied those two. That's where they really find a lot of their progress. And Utopia here, definitely not playing that type of character. Utopia also only 1 loss thus far this season. They've been consistently kind of a little bit insane. And here coming out early, getting, finding their progress with only 70% on the board for damage.
A bit of an SD there from Thermalax, air dodging and couldn't up B in time. unfortunate situation, but one that Thermalax will have to now work around. Wow, got that up tilt and even the up air, and that's going to be the stock too. Catching Ganondorf, kind of drifting away there. Utopia getting caught out, and just like that, it's an even game out of nowhere. An interesting stage selection too. We don't often see Smashville picked as game number 1 for a stage, but that's the way that these two players like to play. Despite the characters not being so high on a tier list, they are willing to brawl and scrap and go at each other and just wail on each other if they can. And right now, Utopia is going to be in a world of hurt for it. That recovery is very easy to predict. And oh no, you can't Big Brother Utopia. That's not going to work. He's too aware of it. That's what Ganondorf does to everyone else here. And now because of it, it's on the last stock apiece.
Last stock, almost even. Thermalax looking for a little bit more. That Gordo getting used against them, though. So we talked about earlier. Tries to get back to the stage the best they can. Once again, Gordo not really finding their way. Utopia, these huge swings time and time again. They're just, in a batting cage right now against all of these Gordos, and Thermalax relies on them so much. Off stage now, gets over the kick, looking for more, but that platform gets in the way. A little eat out, once again looking for Gordo, but Utopia seems to have a handle on the little spiky lads.
Ooh, another forward air there on the Gordo, and he runs off and up airs, and that's just gonna do it. 4:53 on the clock, and Ganondorf Utopia takes game number 1 and gets the Huskies on the board. But this was a really back and forth affair between these two players. And again, it's just that the nature of this matchup, they are willing to scrap. They don't care how grindy it is or grimy it is. They are going to go at each other best they can with these big bodies. And Thermalax, unfortunately, dropping that stock very early, I think does make a huge difference considering the percent that he was at. But he still found a way to quickly even up this game. And you got to wonder, headed into game number 2, how does Utopia change up the game plan here to ensure that he stays in the lead, to ensure that UConn doesn't give up any more points and gets the Huskies back on the board? Because, once Utopia is in disadvantage, it's a whole lot harder for Thermalax to make plays.
Yeah. I feel like that's just 1, continuing to push that advantage, and then 2, continuing to counter the Gordo. Neither of these players have really ever worried about taking damage themselves. They're solely focused on, how can I get the other person out? What can I do to affect them? How can I keep up with my damage? How can I keep this momentum moving? And so if you can just take the tools away, I think it really just kind of self-fulfilling prophecy there, where your own aggression continues into your own aggression, continues into your own aggression, and Utopia can just keep it moving because Thermalax doesn't have any tools to kind of, break the flow of the river.
It's interesting to note, too, that, the player on those Gordos is important as there helps chunk into that damage and extend that Nair hitbox as well. But you see sometimes Utopia just not even worry about the Gordo. He says, okay, the Gordo will hit me, but that's fine. I get to hit Thermalax now. And he'll take the damage over the damage that he's receiving, because all that rage on either of these characters can do so much. And he's gonna find the up smash. You can't roll on the ledge. Thermalax falls on their first stock, and now it's only 77% here on Utopia. They want Nair down air. They don't get the tech, and they're gonna get punished for it. Back-to-back forward airs, and wow, what are these stocks?
Thermalax off stage and Utopia charging a smash attack give me feelings of fear. Anytime I see that happening, it's like, oh, something's about to happen. It's going down. It's not gonna be good. And just both of them know how to swing for the fences so well. You see there again, Utopia just managing to find that one huge hard-hitting attack. And while they might be going blow for blow with Thermalax, Utopia consistently punching first. As long as they keep that punching first, as long as they keep that advantage, Thermalax is always going to be playing catch-up, and that leads us to the Huskies' first set win. Shield almost breaking there. A little bit more charge might have done them in all the way. Thermalax looking to continue the push. Shield punish, not going to be able to find it. Warlock grasp continues in one, into another, into another. And this is getting desperate now for the Giant Penguin.
Both of them throwing out these heavy smash attacks, but no one getting punished quite yet. Low recovery. Utopia makes it back. Side B will do the trick here. And now, 79% doesn't catch the roll read. This is a combo here for Thermalax, but he doesn't get too much off the back of it. Does he attempt to go for the neutral B again? It didn't work out the first time, but he's hanging around this ledge of the stage for an awfully long period of time now. Side B. Oh, they both went for forward smash, but one's is just a bit faster. Ganon catches him on the tech roll, and Utopia takes set number 3.
Talk about that last kill. Oh my god, I want to talk about that last kill. Look at this. Insane Warlock grab reads the roll so perfectly. I don't even know that Thermalax is in the roll before Utopia starts charging up this sword. The moment it's out, roll is coming through, no hesitation, immediately into sword. Good lord. Talk about having a read, and like with the input delay that you have to deal with in it being this far away. Utopia didn't just see the roll and react to it. Utopia full on knew in their heart of hearts, this is exactly what's going to happen. I've got this on lock, and throws out the gigantic sword. I don't know that Ganondorf really knows what a wizard is with how big that sword is.
Either Utopia going to be able to take that second set and keep UConn alive here. Big set win for Utopia here to bring this one back within arm's reach. It's still a 7-point game. Our scoreline after 3 sets, 11-4. Remember, we did miss that first set between Vu and Pace. Vu, one of the newer members of this Hawaii roster that's really had a standout season and has really done well on the link. For them to take down Pace, who is a new member of UConn on Steve, really big win for them. But moving forward here, you go down these lineups, it's interesting how they've both really kind of gotten built up over time, and you're still waiting to see those, big names. I mean, we see Thermalax kind of entering the scene here in Utopia, but now I think we're starting to see who do these teams really trust in a situation like this. Hawaii, you're trying to either mitigate the amount of points UConn's going to get in this next set or just secure this W outright, because UConn has to win this next set in any capacity to keep this close enough where they can potentially get that W. And both of these teams really could use that W. They are both in contention for, top 7-ish in the standings, could really help their overall seeding when the playoffs come around. And those are going to come into effect relatively soon. There's only 16 weeks. We're already at week 11.
Yeah. With that, next players up on the board, Not Christian and Sisu. Sisu, one of the better Captain Falcon players that we see here in the EGF, was on the other side. Not Christian pulls out the Game & Watch and the Min Min for their characters. Their Min Min incredibly strong, their Game & Watch not far behind. Both extremely good, especially against the Captain Falcon.
Yeah, it's a good counter pick. I mean, Not Christian is one of these players that for the side of Hawaii that we've seen throughout the years get about a handful of games each season. They're not necessarily a consistent starter, but they are a consistent player. In fact, last year 5-3, but we didn't really see them until the spring split. This year, I've got them marked down as 1-2 so far, so not a whole lot of time in spotlight, but still relatively on pace, a little under par, but that's fine. You're not gonna get to play every week with squads like these where there's 15 players in and out each week. On the flip side, though, CISO is one of the players to watch on this UConn squad. We've gotten to talk to him a couple of times. This Captain Falcon is a menace. He was 7-2 last year. He's 7-2 this year. and we'll have to see how he does against Not Christian's Game & Watch. The defense of this character, ever threatening, but the kill power of Captain Falcon, even more so.
Yeah, both of these characters, I think, bring such huge kill power and such huge aerials, especially. Not Christian really relies on them a lot, and we're gonna see something right here probably. Actually doesn't go for the up air juggle, instead just goes for that extra damage off of the single hit. CISO, I assume like Not Christian's just going for the scouting, knowing that CISO can deal with those juggles really, really well in this Captain Falcon. And so Not Christian just takes whatever damage they can and just sends it on to the next neutral. And right now, they're doing very well. There's that up air juggle that we love and hate on the Game & Watch, as CISO up at 140 now.
145 as they get hit away once more. Falcon Kick won't break through quite yet. Up B's not going to be able to catch them out. The up B of Not Christian's is just better. It's a command grab for CISO, which means he has to latch on. He's unable to do so. This up B out of Not Christian, ever threatening. Nair won't kill quite yet. Good air dodge around those up airs. And CISO surviving at these high percents is massive. All that rage could mean he could kill Game & Watch very early, but Game & Watch, one of the lightest characters in the game, but still plenty of kill power in their kit, especially at that high of a percent. The back air connects and CISO goes down one stock. 66% here for Not Christian. And so far, able to continue to wall out CISO. You can tell CISO's just going to hide under this platform saying, okay, look, I'll take my chances here and say, you got to come to me at some point through this set, but oh my mercy, what a read on the roll from the ledge. The up smash takes down Not Christian's first stock.
I feel like that's really where CISO is going to shine, is through those reads and through those punishes against, you know, this Game & Watch. You can just throw out so many different tools. CISO forces Not Christian to make some sort of move, then they can just grab the punish you saw there. They're just waiting for their opportunity, and then they strike like a viper, finding their way on through. And this punish game, I think, is really going to be their savior against the amount of spam that CISO, or I apologize, that Not Christian can really throw out. Great meteor there to grab that stock and set the advantage.
CISO, one of the underrated things about CISO is his understanding of the game is really high. Something about the way CISO plays, it's not just, you know, I think of Falcons like Mario players, like their ability to just naturally read opponents is always worth noting. But CISO also understands, hey, he's just forward airing, and I don't really have an answer to it. So if I stay under these platforms, that forward air can't hit me, and we gotta hit each other at some point. He's gotta figure out a different way to go about this game plan, and all of a sudden you're starting to see some of these reads come through because of it. Just kind of going down the checklist of options saying, all right, if the forward airs aren't working, he'll go for probably this next, and CISO able to catch him more times than not. That being said, speaking of catches, look at the catch on the roll from ledge. We've ever seen that before. Up smash from Not Christian, able to take the stock here, but Not Christian's could be in some trouble. 86% here, and on one of the lightest characters in the game, one strong hit from CISO could mean his demise here in game number one. Both holding shield for so long, but the punish on that up B is the up air. CISO adapting in this set, but Not Christian able to stall out and make it back to stage.
Yeah, CISO there in heavy advantage. Not Christian really needs to find a nice juggle here, an offstage trap. They're going to find their way back on, but at the moment, they're just struggling to really get their feet on the stage. Huge down air there. Can't find the up B. That would have killed if it was just a little bit more to the left. With the drift outside of it, and there it is. It's the Falcon back air. You know it, you love it, you hate it, and it gets the kill.
Game one going to CISO. One stock apiece, though. Only 1 point earned for the side of UConn, but they'll take the wins where they can get them as long as it keeps them alive this week. So make that scoreline 5-11, but still, CISO got better as this set went on. First stock did not go as planned, but starting to see a few more of those reads come through, starting to find a little bit more punish game come through, and you kind of touched on that already, and how in a game like this where the pace of play is going to be dictated by Not Christian, CISO has to make his 1 or 2 windows of opportunity work. And he was able to do so in this set. The question is, now does Not Christian have that adaptability in his kit? He's a veteran player, so in theory he does. But sometimes the game plan goes awry, and I'd put CISO in that category of players like Mr. L, who can just quickly flip that switch in game. Doesn't take him a set, doesn't take him a full game, just in the match they can hit that switch and turn that game around on a dime.
Yeah, I think both of these players are incredibly explosive. CISO having actual explosives in their pocket. Oh, I suppose they both do. They both have actual explosives in their pocket, ready to pull out at any given time. CISO does a great job of changing up that pace and understanding, you know, hey, do I need to play punish? Do I need to play rush down? Do I need to play hit and run? What's going to get me past this scenario? And they have access to all of those styles and can pull them out at any given time.
Game number 2, they run it back to PS2. Down air to Nair. Not Christian's off stage once more. 60% here on Not Christian, but the down smash from him does not bury, and they'll be able to find a combo afterwards anyway. So still relatively even through the first 30 seconds of this match, but it is CISO with control of the ground for now. He teched the wall there. That was really clean, and what a great catch. So we saw CISO go for that up B punish a couple of times, but he never landed it in that opening game. Now we're starting to see him get a read on that drift of that up smash, or of that up B. And if he can catch a couple of those, that up B can kill surprisingly quickly, especially if you're in the right spot. So look for CISO and that option a couple of times, even there, whiffing on that attempt, but still ever threatening.
CISO now and their opponent both at really, really high percent, both hovering around that 140 mark. Gouge him out. Barely grabbing ledge. Keep this going as CISO gets a little bit more. Can they get the punish on the shield? No, they can't. Just barely not able to find the kill before the key ends it. And now CISO in disadvantage as we're seeing a real hard settle down here from this amazing player.
I think between CISO and Not Christian, right, we talked about how CISO is a little bit more of an adaptive player, right? If something's not working, he's going to take that extra second and figure it out and then go for his reads afterwards. He'll adjust on a dime very quickly. For Not Christian, I feel like the game plan is more or less, all right, I will have control of the pace of this match, but I have to do something different defensively because Falcon, you know, has all of these options, has all these ways to kill, and he's avoiding the simple, as Not Christian, you know, I'm avoiding the simple stuff. I'm not getting hit by like first hit in air or stomp knee or something like that. But it's about the different ways CISO is kind of changing the game plan, going for things like falling up air, going for things like these back airs at ledge, threatening different options. It's just a very different style from like traditional Captain Falcon, I think. And it's throwing Not Christian through a little bit of a loop, but the biggest thing is that Not Christian has been surviving like he does on that up B. And the fact that Not Christian is able to survive for so long gives him that extra little bit of time. He fades a little bit too far there, but I like the idea. We'd seen that a couple times, him use that up B late, clearly not high enough to make it back to stage, and then use that air dodge to actually grab the ledge. There's not a whole ton CISO can do about it unless he perfectly times something like a down tilt or a down air, which we saw him do in the first game. But it's about the minutia between these two, really, and the minor adaptations you're seeing around the different game styles these two bring to the table.
Yeah, I feel like sometimes against players this good, you kind of have to decide, you know, what am I okay with getting hit with? What am I okay with challenging? And just trying to close off all of the other options for what you find acceptable, you know? And Not Christian's doing a really good job of trying to take away a lot of those really huge classic hits that Captain Falcon brings to the table, and instead understanding, you know, if I take away that, I'm gonna sometimes take 10 damage here, 5 damage here, I'm gonna lose this neutral there, and that's okay so long as I continue with the pace and so long as I keep the momentum in my pocket. Now that is starting to break down a little bit at this point, Not Christian at 140%, CISO only at 14, looking to try to close this out, and that will do it. CISO takes it through, and the Huskies are hunting.
CISO takes game 2, he takes this series, and he pushes us to a pivotal set 5. Well done to CISO. Well done to both of these players. I think Not Christian tried to slow the pace of this game down, thinking, okay, Cap Falcon is a little bit more of a rush down. CISO's got some of these reads. Let me just slow the pace of this game down to a crawl and see if we can get something off the back of it. But the problem is CISO is just positionally very strong. He always seems to find himself in the right place at the right time to threaten different options, and options that you may or may not be ready for in the moment. Even there, I mean, you'd think Falcon in that moment is probably going for a first hit nair or those back airs that he was throwing out early. But if he's just standing there, the only thing you can think of in that moment is, okay, he's just going to play safe and go for a tilt. But down tilt is slow. Down tilt's not one of Falcon's better options, but it is a surprisingly good kill option. And that's what I'm talking about with that kind of non-traditional Falcon thinking that kind of CISO, I think, opts to go for. There are things that are good, but there are things that, in the off chance that they're not ready for, or they haven't done their homework for, they work brilliantly, and that's what they saw, or that's what you saw, I think, here in this set. Able to edge it out just barely over Not Christian, so 2 sets in a row for UConn, and they brought it to a 3-point game.
Well, I think CISO also does a great job of understanding that Not Christian was choosing, hey, I want to deal with this option, hey, I'm okay with dealing with this option, and going, cool, I love those options, and really using them to the best of their ability and pushing them through first and going for, that heavy Hades stuff, going for those other options second, and making sure that every option that was left available to them is used to the best possible ability, which really can only happen when you have that good understanding of the entire kit of a character and everything they bring to the table. And now for this, you keep in mind, even though this is a game 5, University of Connecticut, if they only get a 3-point win, if they drop a game in the middle of this set, they don't come away with a win. They might, if they drop a set here and only have 1 stocks, the best they come away with this one is a tie. University of Connecticut needs to not just win this one, but win it well.
There is a scenario where we go to that tiebreaker and potentially an overtime match to decide who walks away with the win this week. But these are 2 players that do not want to go to that overtime. They want to walk away with a win here and now. Darth Wampa on the link, 5-2 this season, but a tried and true, tested veteran. So many times has Darth Wampa gone up against the 1s or 2s of these other schools in the past. But Cringe is a different beast here for the side of UConn. This Ness has recently been heating up as the season's gone along. Gotten a couple wins as of late, but it's a bit of a pickle for him. 2-7 so far this season, a couple different characters. He's going to have his work cut out for him against Darth Wampa.
He is indeed. Both of these characters really trying to go for that zoning style of play, kind of fighting with fire with fire once again. Darth Wampa here, apparently with the advantage. They used to be, the full-on lead player for University of Hawaii. Now used a lot more selectively, not because they're worse, but because they're so incredibly useful and can pull off plays like that. Insane timing, insane preparation, and great execution for that play.
And Cringe now down a stock because of it. The boomerang into the up tilt there was really well done by Darth Wampa. And now Link, as a character, not afraid to kind of trade with Ness or Cringe in this moment. Just because every trade is going to go in their favor. Link a little bit heavier, can survive a little bit longer than this Ness, and certainly has the kill power. Cringe, it's up to him to adapt here. That Psy Magnet's not going to do too much. against this Link, but he does find the strong hit of back air. Weaving around those hitboxes is the key here for Cringe. Having good control of the movement and being able to make plays like this happen are going to be the key. Look at this, quick 50% racked up since taking that first stock off of that back air. And all of a sudden, he's got stage control. Cringe can't easily throw out these projectiles anymore, not while the PK Fire is being constantly thrown at him, but all 3 hits of up smash are going to connect. They won't take the stock quite yet. Cringe is at 122 here and looking for a way to approach. Still using these projectiles, but he baits out the forward tilt and he wants to get the full extension here. You can see a little bit of that kind of Utopia and CISO kind of seeping through here on Cringe in terms of how much can I get off of this one neutral win. But so far, Darth Wampa's been able to get out of it.
Yeah, something I want to point out about Darth Wampa's play is amazing crap there. Something I want to point out about their play is how good they use this bomb. This bomb used to be the most integral part of their kit. It was their signature thing of I am good with Link's bomb. And over time, they've gained a lot of other skills, they've gained a lot of different avenues to finding value and finding a path to victory, but that skill with the bomb and the ways that they can use it still stays. They haven't lost any of that skill, they haven't lost any of the proficiency in how well they use the bomb, and so as a result, they can do such cool things with it because they have the ability to chain other moves into it and use it to fuel other parts of their game that, you know, build a whole picture as Link.
Gotta make use of every part of your kit in order to really push your character to their full extent. Maybe a punish here, no, doesn't get there in time. This is getting into the danger zone for Cringe. Gets around that arrow, low recovery. Nair's not going to be able to beat out that move. And Darth Wampa dipped too far and pays the price for it. That Nair took too long and the up B's not tall enough. It's Cringe taking game number 1.
Game number 1 by the skin of their teeth. One miss attack is all of that made the difference between them and Darth Wampa. They were able to keep it so close throughout that, and then right at the end, one little attack of the tail, one over aggression by Darth Wampa, and that's that. Once again, it turns on the smallest of things, on inches and frames. As we lead into this next one, you gotta wonder if, you know, that's what it took to get this first match in. Does this become a question of points? You know, that's only a 1-stock win. That's not the amount that University of Connecticut needs to find their win here. If they drop this middle set, then they might win the sets and still lose on points and on stocks.
Well, that extra point goes to the side of UConn, so it is a 2-point game here. So we'll have to see if Cringe can end this series by getting that next victory or not. It felt like Darth Wampa had that game under control, just ended up getting a little bit too aggressive at the end and paid the price for it with that up air, which, be it a misinput or just over aggression, either way, Cringe will take the point. He's 1 point away from getting the win for UConn this week. But can he close this series out, or will Darth Wampa push us to game 3? They run it back to PS2 here, no real surprise there. But I wonder what they'll bring to the table in terms of adaptations, because Darth Wampa certainly felt like they had solid control, just maybe playing a bit more patient would have benefited them at the end there. And Cringe certainly felt like Cringe was able to, especially in the middle portion of that game, get a better grasp, gets a better grasp of the movement, and find ways to kind of sneak in stocks and sneak in damage against the wall of projectiles that is this Darth Wampa Link.
And now they're actually turning that tide very heavily. Darth Wampa, most of their damage comes from a combo rather than, you know, that chip damage with their projectiles. Cringe doing a really good job of stealing that game away and using their tools to force a completely different, you know, expectation from Darth Wampa. Darth Wampa now able to get that, you know, their momentum back their way, goes for the bow there instead of, you know, a tilt attack or something, just tacks on that a little bit extra more. as they continue to kind of batter this shield of Cringe. 94% on the field for Darth Wampa, and probably no worry about getting a huge attack there. Cringe, on the other hand, absolutely worried about a final blow at this point, as they have 130, make that 140 after the get-up attack. And any good smash might just do it. That one almost enough, but not quite. Boomerang to add in a little bit more. Arrow's charge, gonna let it fly. Not willing to hold that one and bomb out. Can't find it. Can't find the up air either. Just needs to find that one attack. Cringe willing to stay in the middle of the stage. Arrow to add on extra damage. Bomb not going to connect as Cringe recovers high. That was meant to cover low. And the back throw from Ness going to be what takes the first stock.
Darth Wampa's spacing on a couple of these moves is just a little bit off. Even on that up throw, it's just barely out of reach of being able to take that stock. And he throws out all of these projectiles trying to cover all of Cringe's options. But if he doesn't move, you're not throwing them in a position where they're going to actually threaten him and hit him. And so Cringe can just kind of play the patient game, wait for you to burn those options, and not approach, because everywhere Darth Wampa lays these boomerangs and bombs, it's somewhere where Cringe he thinks Cringe is going to move to. But you're seeing Cringe kind of opt to move away a lot more frequently. He does not want to walk into that sword without getting something for it. Because of that, he's now got a % lead and a full stock lead.
Yeah.
The up smash along the ledge, a Ness classic, taking stock number 2. And just like that, if Cringe takes this stock, UConn could walk away with a win this week.
Yeah. Any win on this set, any win in this game rather, will make a victory for the University of Connecticut. If Darth Wampa can't outlive this onslaught from Cringe, the Huskies will have hunted down the Rainbow Warriors. Great PK fire, they've got the ladder going, looking for more. Not going to really be able to find it there, as Darth Wampa manages to fall out. Good grab, adding some more damage. Bomb off to cover the low recovery, but it goes too far. Hits the edge of the ledge and can't cover the roll back onto stage. Darth Wampa at 102% now. Not where they want to be. A good yo-yo smash. That's it. We're out of here. GG's. See you next week. Darth Wampa trying to scuttle around as much as they can and keep that from happening. This Cringe is at 95% now, and they both retreated to opposite ends of the stage, just trying to pump in damage, maybe find a nice bomb attack. That's a vulnerable opportunity, but no, the air dodge comes through, and Cringe continues to stay alive and add in more damage time and time again.
And it just feels like Darth Wampa is just too early to pull the trigger on some of these kill moves. These up throws, they're good at the late percents, but you're only at about 100. Even with all your rage, it's not going to be enough. Dips low, and look at the chase down now. Cringe knows, hey, I only need this next stock. He's not afraid to drop this one. He will to that up air, but there's so much work here for Darth Wampa now to do. He's at 130. Get up attack is going to knock Cringe away for the moment. Nair will land and forward tilt. Cringe now, things are starting to get a little scary. Link with rage can kill Ness relatively early, but the side B is going to land. No follow-up there, but he does catch him being overly aggressive with the Nair. It's a back throw that seals the deal, and UConn wins set number 5 and are going to walk away with their 7th win of the season.
Comes to it close on the edge there. Just barely finding their way out of this one off of an amazing play. Darth Wampa playing it close, but at the end, they couldn't carry the momentum. They couldn't find their way in without taking so much damage from Cringe. And at the end of the day, that is that. UConn coming out with the win by 1 point.
A single point, a single stock separate these two teams. Wow, what a close one this one was. But at the end of the day, Cringe just playing a little bit smarter, a little bit easier. At the end of the day, Darth Wampa, again, so close. So many times they had the right play, but just pulled the trigger on it too early, just got a little too eager, and Cringe waited for their moment to strike, and they found it. Because of that, Our final score is going to be 11-12. UConn get the victory over Hawaii. And I believe we will have an interview this time around with one of the players for the side of the Huskies. So we'll get that set up after a short intermission. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the EGFC. We are joined by Sisu after they get the win with UConn this week, 12-11. How does it feel to come out with this nail-bitingly close W?
Honestly, it feels great because it was very annoying, all around the board. Like the input delay to Hawaii is crazy, and then I don't know. I feel like. Yeah, I'll just leave it at that.
What were y'all kind of feeling coming into this match with that the turn of the semester, getting right back into this new split? How are y'all kind of feeling like working through the later half of this season?
Yeah, I mean we're feeling good. I think we've got a pretty good streak going right now, and yeah, feeling pretty confident going forward.
So going into this next week, you're going up against UT Arlington. Is there any special way that you're trying to prepare for that one? Because UT Arlington's been on a bit of a hot streak as of late.
Honestly, no. I haven't really paid much attention to a lot of the other teams, but I don't really care because I feel pretty confident. I haven't lost in a long time. Neither of a few of our starting players, and we just feel pretty good. Hawaii tried to counterpick us the entire time. We just Falcon versus Game & Watch, just doing up Bs and downers the entire time, and it's going to take a lot more than that to take us down. So.
Can you talk about the kind of like growth of this roster? Because we were talking about it a little bit that last year this team was 2-14. Now you're at 7 wins this season. It's been a massive improvement. What's been the key to you guys kind of bringing this year together?
Yeah, so it's funny because we came together in the game and in real life. Like our team are all roommates together, and we practice together, and we kind of try to help each other get better at the game and talk stuff out. So I think in the game and off the game we're all coming together, and it's really showing.
And that chemistry is always fun to watch develop. I guess moving forward for you guys, actually, let me backtrack for a second. This set in particular was a very close one. Obviously, you had to fight through some connectivity at times, but that's the nature of an online format. I guess, was there any kind of matchup that you were kind of scared of in terms of characters for them? Did you know what you were going up against, or do you just kind of, in terms of the lineup iteration that you guys were like, all right, this is a matchup we have to get?
Yeah, I think for all of us, we were trying to avoid the Robin Joker because Robin's very unique character, and on Wi-Fi it's really hard to deal with a lot of the stuff, and Joker's just broken. So we were just trying to avoid that, and because we didn't really do too much research into who their best players are, but we just didn't want to send out like a bad matchup against that, Ganon versus Robin or Joker would probably not be a good idea. But I mean, we did it with Falcon Game & Watch, probably Falcon's worst matchup, and we still took the W.
Fair enough. Is this is a team that's got a lot of members on the roster. It's had a little bit of turnover, I think, over or between last year and this year. Is there any player you're kind of excited to see maybe get some more time as the season goes on?
Yeah, I think Casey Berger is doing some good work. He might be here next week or the following week, and Pace 919 has stepped up a lot too. So just excited for the future.
Awesome. Great to hear. All right. Thank you so much for joining us. And while you're here with us, is there anyone you would like to thank or shout out while you're here in the booth with us?
I'd like to shout out to Utopia. That dude's a beast. That man goes crazy.
He really does. He was a huge part of why you guys came away with the victory this week. And thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations on getting that W. And we'll see you next week for that matchup against UTA.
Thank you. Take care.
And that just about does it for us here on Official EGF. That's the end of Week 11 here on the stream for SSBU. But there's more action and other games coming up later this week. Loki, any kind of final thoughts to help us cap off the night?
Thank you, House of 3000, for continuing to do some amazing production. Thank you to EGF and all the schoolers for coming out and giving us some great matches today.
We enjoy doing this week in and week out. We can't wait to see you guys next week for more collegiate SSBU action. Thank you all so much for watching. Happy Valentine's Day, everybody.